Good morning, Commissioner Rodman. Can we please do an audio test?
Good morning.
All right, we hear you. Thank you. I assume you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
Everyone. Morning. I would like to welcome you all to the City of Dania Beach. Wait, it's echoing. City of Dania Beach, City Commission Strategic Planning Session. Today is January 9th, 2021, and it is 10:13 a.m. Call the roll, please.
Mayor James,
Here.
Vice Mayor Salvino, Commissioner Davis. I see you. You're muted.
Speak louder into the mic.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Llewellyn,
Here.
Commissioner Odman,
Yes, here.
City Manager Garcia,
Here.
City Attorney Ansbro. Thank you.
I just want to thank Lyle and the city manager and staff for bringing us together for this strategic session. And I have no idea what we're doing, so I'm going to hand it all over to Lyle.
Do you have any comments or before we start? No, I just wanted to thank the city commission, the mayor, vice mayor, and all the commissioners for taking this very important step in the direction of working through our strategic planning session and adopting a document that will be our roadmap to the future. Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Lyle.
How are you all this morning? Some of you I'm seeing for the first time in person. Some we've met on Zoom. This is very weird for me today, I must admit. This is the first time since February that I've done an in-person. All of mine have been virtual, and so this is, I guess, a combination, so I have to adjust. So bear with me as I get back into practice from Zoom to in-person. This is a workshop, and the intent here is to be as informal as possible. I go by Lyle. I hope we keep that as informal. If my head gets cold, I will put my hat on. I had to dig for a sweater like some of you this morning for what can I wear today? Because it was going to get cool out and not warm up. This year has been a crazy year. The last 3 weeks have been particularly crazy. I was on the phone with Sugarland, Texas, and they went to a red alert where they are totally closed down. They're a suburb of Houston. And they were going to try to do a live, but now it's going to have to be virtual. They went to a extreme red alert. Fort Pierce, who I'm going to be working with by Zoom this week, has one with COVID, a spouse with COVID, 2 over 70, and one that had COVID. So it is out there, and so today is a day that hopefully we get a start. I do not think we will get done today. I told that to Anna. We've got a lot to cover. I thank you for your interview time. That was extremely helpful. The staff, I met with them virtually and had a very productive session. Don't be overwhelmed by this thing, the book in front of you. It's part reference, part working. It will change as we go through today. What's in here, don't hesitate to change things as we go through it. For me, strategic planning is like driving the city to the future. Today, we're going to go out 15 years. You say, God, that's so far in the future. That's 2036. Some of us start to think about how old we are or whether we'll even be around at that time. That's not that far off. If you look back to it, go the other way. That's like 2006 behind us. So the decisions you make, the non-decisions, the re-decisions, all are building blocks for Dania Beach's future. So the things we talked about today, we're going to start by saying, what's our destination? And that will be a set of value-based principles. Don't make it like other cities. Make it that is unique to your city. And the other part of it is, some folks will say, oh, I'm not sure I like it. Others will say, I love it. That's why I live here. That's what we need to focus on. Things that distinguish you going forward. If we've got a destination, we then need a map, a 5-year what are the outcomes we want to achieve in 5 years? So as you see the plan today, and if you looked at it before, it's got outcome-based objectives for 5 years. These are, we're not going to have a long list. We're going to try to get it to 5, maybe 6 outcomes. Then we'll look at the challenges that come from you and the staff, and then specific deliverable actions for the next year. So that next year agenda is a 1-year action agenda or an itinerary. So we've got our destination, our map, and a 1-year itinerary. With that action agenda, I'll be working with staff, and you will see me back when we will go through who is responsible, what are the milestones, when are those going to occur, including a policy agenda for you for the next year as the mayor and commission. So for me, that is the start. There's one other key thing, and that is, what is the purpose or mission of your city government? That is the vehicle that is going to take you to the future. So the mission is really critical to define guiding principles about how you expect the city to operate, provide services, and interact with your community. So we will get into that level of detail. So our elements really here are the vision, which is 15-year destination, a plan, which is our map to get there, looking out for 5 years to 1, and a 1-year action agenda, which is an itinerary for the next year, and a mission statement that says how we get there. Today, as we go through and talk about things, I'm going to get you each to talk about your vision in terms of what legacy do you want to see, and what is the thing that is most important about Dania Beach if you go out 15 years. So that's the strategic planning framework. Today, I would like to, hopefully not bore you, but do some framing about, take maybe 15 minutes to a half hour framing the process and framing effective cities today. So then we will dive in and roll up our sleeves. We're also going to deal with governance. Governance is, how do you all want to operate? You set the tone. Every actions that you take are things that set the tone for the city. What you say, what you do. One of the things, I had a challenge this week because the newly elected Florida commissioner in another city said, I only work for the commission on Tuesdays. I will not work the other days. And I tried to explain to her that you all have a tattoo on your forehead that says mayor or commissioner, a target on your chest, and you're fair game 24/7. And I said, what happens when they see you at church or call you or see you at the supermarket? Well, I'll just say they need to make an appointment for Tuesday. She's going to have a little learning experience because I see several of you nodding your heads. But she said, I'm just a one-day commissioner, and that's Tuesday. That's our meeting and our, hello. My point here is today being an elected official is a big challenge. In the last month, I've had in 3 different cities, angry citizens approach after a council meeting commissioners with loaded guns. We live in a very tense time today, and you say, well, it may be at the federal and political. No, it's down in the cities as well. So with that, let's be real positive about today and the future. I'd like you to go to section 1 and flip in the books to the page that looks like this. 3 circles. Several pages in section 1.
Governance what?
3 circles. The first part is dealing with how we became the council manager form. That's what it's traditionally called. But the 3 circles, for me, reflect this form of government. There are three key processes: governance, management, and service. Governance is the mayor and city commission here being the board of directors. You determine what this city is going to be, what the goals, the future, the resources, the taxes, everything. You determine the what. Delegate that to staff to say how to figure it out. It starts with Anna as your city manager, but it goes all the way down. And the services are the actions by your employees, what they do on a day-to-day basis. If residents don't like that action, who do they call? Lori, they call you even at inconvenient times. And one of the things I really suggest to all commissioners is the magic word, let me check into it. And because sometimes they may not tell you the whole thing. They may only give you 40%. And as you check into it, you find out, oh my goodness, there's more to this story. And in this state, it's a little tough because in other states, commissioners can call one another and say, what's the history on this? You can't do that here. You got to call staff to say, is there background? So let me check into it, I think is magic words for commissioners. It can get you out of a lot of trouble because even if you say, well, that's a good point. What do the citizens? They see that as you're in agreement, then they call staff and say, oh, by the way, I've already talked to the city commission and they've already committed for me. And the staff's going, to Anna, they're going, what do I do now? So that for me is part of being a team. The other thing is there is a hierarchy, but a key is the overlap between management and governance. We have worksheets in the book, uncensored. Those are inputs for every department. So you can see what they have. There's a series of them on what they feel their successes have been, what their challenges are, what their actions they're working on, what are new initiatives, how did COVID impact them? And that's all in your book, that's referenced. And why it's in the book, because it helped me formulate and draft the plan as well as the mission and vision. So for me, that is about 12 pages back. It looks like great. For me, to eat Frosted Flakes, you can remember what a team is.
What's the page number, Lau? Can you just
My
refer-
pages are different than yours, so that's why. Because I have the management version of this, and you have the commission, so we added a few pages.
What's
You
the
tell me.
title again?
What
It's
section?
called Effective Team, Section 1. I forgot this morning, I just took the new sections, but I left the old one in for me on this one. And you got it?
Yeah, page 24.
24.
Page 24.
24. Everybody got it?
Yes.
If you can remember Frosted Flakes, you can remember a team. And they are great. Teams that are effective start off with common goals. Tamara, you and I talked about it based upon your experiences playing a lot of sports. If you don't have a common goal that rallies the team, you may have all the talent in the world, but you may not be able to work collaboratively together. And today in our society, many individuals are more interested in the I rather than a common goal that really unifies you. The unifying is a unifying vision, goals, action agenda. That's what ties you together. For athletic teams, it's winning and achieving that championship. So for me, that's where you start, and that's why today is really critical for building an effective team. If we've got a common goal, we need to have defined what are the roles and responsibilities. People on a team, do not look alike. If everybody on the team looks alike, I'll tell you, you got an ineffective team. Every one of us as individuals have our own talents and our own approaches. And for me, a team is how do we blend those together to achieve a common goal. I played baseball through college. Guess what position I played? Look at my body. There is only one.
That's,
I am the slowest person. I've got quick reflexes, but to get me to run any distance, boy, that's tough. I did get a hit off Tom Seaver. I sort of got a hit. I hit a line drive to right field and got thrown out at first base. So you can tell my speed is slow. So to put me in a different position, it isn't going to be effective. So we need to respect each other and have respect for the different ideas and approaches and styles. If I was a council member, for you, and you gave me this as a packet, sorry, Anna, I would probably not read this whole thing. I would want a one-page summary, give me your recommendations, and then I will look at what's back here as background. I'm a visual person. I've spent 6 hours plus driving around your community. Well, your interview said, Lyle, you ought to look at this. The only challenge was I got here and I thought, well, there's where the Parker Center is, but I didn't realize it's way back around here. But for me, others of you will read in detail, highlight, and come with questions. So there's a respect for each one of you that you may prepare and come to the meetings differently. That's the role. The third thing in a team is execute, and that's making timely decisions. But one of the things I'm very critical of a lot of cities is if you're an effective athletic team, performing team putting on a theatrical performance, you need to evaluate and adjust. We do not do a very good job evaluating and adjusting. We tend to try to get perfect. If you look at any athletic team, what do they do during a timeout? They're evaluating and adjusting. We need to be able to evaluate and adjust. So for me, strategic planning is not a document, but an ongoing process that allows you to be nimble and agile to achieve goals. Very, very critical. So what we come up with here, there'll be monitoring devices during the year where you as mayor and commission say, hey, where are we? What do we need to do to adjust? Cities have had to adjust tremendously during the last year as we relate to COVID. And the cities that have been nimble have been very, very effective. Going on.
We're going to move this away. That one there? Yep.
I'll let you guys make your adjustment.
I'm gonna go grab some headphones because I really can't hear Lyle too well. So maybe with some headphones, I'll be able to hear.
She can't hear me.
Like right now or the whole entire time?
That's anything. She's gone.
What's that?
Better?
I guess not. She looked like.
Yeah. get back going.
Yes, sir.
I think Commissioner Arman is getting headphones because she
Okay,
couldn't hear.
okay. You know, that mask is really, like, I have this one and a real soft. That's good.
You want this
No,
one?
I'm good, I'm good.
I brought 3.
I have like 17.
Thank you.
She's uncomfortable. I moved her. Okay, and the vice mayor went to get her headphones.
Give it a try now, see if she can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Lauren, can you hear me?
Commissioner Arman, can you hear Lyle?
I can hear him like he's 10 rooms away. I can hear everyone else clearly, but I can't hear him. But I'm seeing if my headphones work.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but like I said, I can hear you like you're 10 rooms away and I have everything.
Take my mask off. Is that any better?
No. You don't have to do that. I think once I put these headphones in, we'll be fine.
We have some additional masks at any point anybody wants to switch out their mask.
All right, why don't you talk?
You need us to say something?
Can you hear us now, Commissioner?
I know. I think it's all of us.
Yeah, because you're clear. Yeah, yeah. Frank, do you think, what would be the suggestion, go through YouTube? Right.
Yeah, and it's not just one of us either, because I said something and she didn't even react when you said anything or when any of the others.
Hello. No, I can hear all you guys. I just can't hear. I can hear Lyle, but like it sounds like he's 10 rooms away. So I was trying to pair my headphones to it, but it's taking a minute. But it's fine. I can just.
We can hear her loud and clear.
How about to continue forward? If it becomes too much of a problem, I'll let you guys know. Oh, right. Okay. Thanks.
I can't hear you. What?
Tom, can you do a mic check for us?
Yeah.
Schneider?
Yes, Mayor. Hi. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, can you do a roll call? Just make sure that you can hear us.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor James,
Here.
Vice Mayor Salvino. Here. Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Llewellyn,
Here.
Commissioner Odman,
Here,
City Manager Garcia, City Attorney Hansbrough.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
You ready to get back?
Yeah,
This
ready.
is part of being nimble and agile, as we just talked about, evaluating and adjusting. And I think that is really important. And so as we go through and prepare the document, don't see this as rigid. See it as a fluid process. Attitude is a willingness to cooperate and work together. And it is a respect for each other, respect for our styles, our ideals, and that is really important for a team. That if you do not have that attitude that we can work together and collaborate, the team will not be successful. Trust for me is earned. It is earned because we've achieved our goals, fulfilled our roles, and respected the roles of others. We had an attitude executed in a timely way that has provided value to the community. Keyword, value, you'll hear me come back to it. Are we responding to the value to our community? A is attitude then, that we have worked together. We've done those four things, that trust will happen. And it's through performance and actions that trust is built. One other thing about a team, teams are dynamic and change over time. As you get different players, you need to adjust. Adjust your approach, adjust your game plan in order to be successful. Now, if we go back a few pages and actually to the next page. For me, so it'd be 25, I believe. There are different types of teams and there are different types of communities. Some we would drive into, they look bad, the councils fight with one another, and they get labeled a loser. And there are teams, they do not produce. They are perennial losers. You're thinking that, football fans, the Browns for the number of past few years have been known as, now they're in a playoff. We'll see how they do tomorrow night. But it's hard to get out of it. Think about communities in Broward County. If I had you write down, and we would never share them, and you put down, give me one or two that have a reputation in South Florida, I would bet that many of you would write down similar cities, if not the same city. Once you get that label, businesses don't want to invest. Bond rating agencies say, we're going to give you a lower bond rating because they don't have the confidence that you are going to make good decisions. So don't ever underestimate your ability at the tone you set in the meeting and your decision. It's not just for the community. It has far-reaching from economic development. If they've got an investor has confidence in you, they will invest in your community. If they don't, and that's where that branding gets very important. Competitive. Competitive is, how are we doing? Oh, we're doing okay. How good are we? Oh, we're just about okay. There's a complacency with being okay, an acceptance of it. It's about as good as we can get. It doesn't inspire the city. I call it being the Cubs, because in baseball for years, 100 years, Lori's laughing at me. They did not have a good day. How are they doing? We're in first place in September 1st, but we still got time to blow it. And guess what? They blew it a lot of years.
I was actually thinking it's more like the Dolphins.
They're doing well, but the key for me with cities, and what I try to work with cities, is to be a winner, but to become a true champion. A true champion is one that sustains winning over time. You don't just have a winning season, you are able to sustain that winning long term. And part of that for me is having an effective strategic planning process where the team is working together and produces results. It's not having one leader, it's having multiple leaders. It's not having a plan, it's having a strategy. All of that fits together to create a dynamic team. So for me, this is the framework. You can read the other materials in here. But there's some significant challenges. If you would go to section 2 and turn to, you can read that section. I would like you to turn to page 19. It says turbulent forces. Everybody got it?
No.
Governmental forces.
Page 17.
Governmental, I see governmental forces.
Leadership, turbulent forces.
Yep.
Page 17.
Oh, 17.
It's different. What are these turbulent forces? One, under your form of government, you're supposed to be nonpartisan. In my experience during the last 5 years, political parties have become much more involved in nonpartisan elections. And that's nationally. I've had a number of mayor and councils and other communities say, I don't want the party's endorsement because I'm here to serve our community. And so for me, I'm seeing this more and more, where individuals are coming in with national priorities and not necessarily focusing on your community. It also has increased the cost of running for office, and that has been significant. So for me, that intrusion into political parties, into nonpartisan, many times the community's issues suffer because you focus on a national agenda and not looking locally. Second point, in your population, if you look at the city, your community, it's like a normal curve. There's 20% that are against everything you do. You know them. They will never be satisfied with any decision you ever make. And they're very vocal. Many of them get on social media and put out mis and disinformation about you and the city, and that is a real challenge today. And then there's 20% on the positive. These are folks that are on your boards and commissions and your supporters and very active in the community. There's 20% of those. Those two groups do not get along. That makes sense what I just said? If you put them both on a board or a commission, those positive supporters come to you and say, why in the heck did you put me on that? This person is being an obstructionist. They do not want the city to succeed. And then there's 10% that lean to the negative and 10% that lean to the positive. And you say, Lyle, you got really bad math. That's only 60. 40% of your residents don't even know they live in your city. Does that make sense? They don't know who you are. They think they live in Saturday. Oh no. The point is that within that negative 20%, there is a hardcore 5%. That 5% are extremely negative and are there disrupting and driving folks away. I think we've got to focus on the 80%, rallying the 80% to support us and our vision, listening to those. We'll listen to all 100%, but don't be driven by that 5%. They will never be satisfied with anything you do. And in many cities, they're putting out disinformation. In one city I work with, right before the election, it was in Dubuque, Iowa, they said, the city's going broke. And look at, they're in debt. Well, they took the general fund threshold for debt, added in the water fund, the sewer fund debt, the solid waste debt, and all of a sudden you had this big number, and then they applied it just to the general fund level and said, look here's the debt of the city. No, it's in different funds and different revenue sources. That was put out 3 days before an election. And guess what? 2 of them won. Because there was no ability. Today, I think cities need to strategically and aggressively respond to that negative 5%. This may sound extreme. I don't think the 5 of you should. The institution of the city ought to respond. Because if you respond individually, you get sucked into, my experience, back and forth between them. The city responding to that negative group as the institution with facts and information. 20 years ago, I said, oh, just ignore it. I don't think we can ignore it anymore on social media. Because even your friends, that 20% positive, they hear it, all of it, they may start believing it as well. And you're going, what is for and are going by emotion? And the strategic plan, they do not want you to have a strategic plan. I'll be right at 5%. They want you to react to the issues of the moment and go their way. The third point on the next page is people today are more and more mean, vicious in their emails and actions. City of Bartow, Florida, it's up in Central Florida, individual is really upset about their utility bill. Took a sledgehammer and went in through the drive-through pay your utility bill window. As I talk to employees in cities, the verbal abuse, the anti-government attitude out there is live and well, and the emails are much more unfiltered. What's on social media is unfiltered. And for me, there's a meanness out there, which is a real challenge for you all as it relates to strategic planning and working together as a team. The fourth one is there are individuals in every community that are putting out disinformation. It is more than misinformation. It is intentionally putting false information. Even in my interviews, you all talked to me about some of your challenges here and gave me specific examples where people were putting out intentional disinformation. That's a challenge for the entire city team. And what it's leading to is we're going more by what we hear rather than the hard data. And I think data-based decisions help the team be effective and help you serve your community better. The next one is the myth of making people happy. I caution you to react to one individual. You may make them happy, but the community may lose its value. So for me, it is community value. I'm going to give you a very unfortunate and sad story. In an Illinois community I work with, there's a neighborhood that is north of Central Avenue. Central Avenue was built as a 2-lane road with parking in a residential area. Today it's 4-lane, and guess what? The speed limit is 45 miles an hour. What do people drive there? I mean, they're flying down there. This neighborhood wants to get to the park and to the elementary school. So they came in and pressured, we want you to put in the pedestrian flashing lights that then they'll stop. Right. Hello, probably not likely. And so the city staff studied it and said that is extremely unsafe. We should not do it. Council agreed on a 5-2 vote. So they said, okay, we're not putting it in. Social media went nuts. Pressure was on. Next week, they came in with a certified from an engineering company that they should put it in. they crashed. They put it in. The second week, and some of you can tell where this is going sadly, a mother was walking her two kids, took them to the elementary school. She had her bike. She pushed the button. A truck stopped. The other one could not see it. She was hit and killed. They made it happen. And what is happening to the city today, huh?
Lawsuits.
Yeah. How big a check do you want? It is a big lawsuit right now, and it's pointed at the city. So trying to understand the needs of your community, but it isn't just meeting those, because it may make that one individual happy, but the overall community. I love it when you all get calls saying, we've got speeding in our neighborhoods. And so we'll put a police officer there. More times than not, who's going to be the first one nailed? Who's likely to be the first one nailed?
Person complaining.
The complainer. That's right. The complainer, well, I mean, it's those other folks, not me. And so I think there's a real challenge of listening to the community, but doing what you think is best for the overall community. That is a challenge for you today. If you flip to the next page, several things here are challenges.
Oh, no.
Keep going. Challenges is a couple of things challenging you all. Moving back to the, most cities are finding there's increased cost of providing governmental services today. There's real challenges. A number of cities I work with in this environment today, there's a lot of construction still being done. Trying to find somebody in the trades can be very, very challenging today, and it's driving up the costs. In some communities, capital projects are moving forward. Some are coming in with good bids, and some of them are coming in with extremely high bids. And it's community to community, but the cost of government is going up. Determining who should pay at times. People will come here from other communities. Do we serve our community, and is there a differential in price and cost recovery? Every city needs to be prepared for a major incident. You say it's not going to happen in our community. Every community is vulnerable, and that takes resources and planning. The infrastructure, and many of you talk to me about roads in your city. Roads, big issue. If the infrastructure starts to crumble, the city will crumble. And for me, it's investing in that. Many cities don't even know the conditions of their roads, of their facilities. And it's trying to get a life cycle process. And that relates very directly to strategic planning. Do we know what our conditions are? Not one that is really being prepared for. Palm Bay, when Lee Feldman was wastewater and water operators, so they went.
Commissioner Omni, can you mute your?
So they went to the college and partnered with them to train water and wastewater operators. The average age in this country is 54 years old. Where's the next generation? These jobs pay well, but you have to have operator's license. You have to have an AA degree. It's not like, oh, we can get anybody off the street and work at the wastewater treatment plant. That is something that is, where's the next generation? And our schools are not preparing folks for a lot of jobs. Today, many cities struggle with good law enforcement agencies. They may have gotten 200 applicants 5 years ago. Now they get 50, and you look at some of the applicants and go, oh my God, we're gonna hire them. So the challenge of how do you keep a good workforce? And we'll talk about that as we go through the strategic planning. Mission creep, that is where you creep into areas. Some are very legitimate. One of the challenges that a lot of the cities I work with is how do you deal with the mental health issues and crises in our country? What role does a city play? There's less money for nonprofits. There's less money for other programs. States and feds have cut back. If somebody in your community tried to commit suicide, who do you refer them to? That is a big challenge. Mental health issues are cramming our justice system and our jails. What role does the city play? Actually, 3 fire chiefs have done studies 10 years ago. 1 in 10 medical calls was mental health related. Today, guess what it is? 4 in 5 are mental health related. What role do you play in that? And that needs to be a conscious effort on all of you. And the final thing that I would go to is on the next page. Most states, our state legislators are not our friends. You're going, what are you saying? They're partners with us. State legislatures are doing more to intrude into home rule and what you can do for your community. It's like they have amnesia when they leave and go like to Tallahassee. They are putting restrictions on services, on revenues, on your ability to interact that do not apply to them. Hopefully that made some sense. But they are doing things that are a threat to your future. So for me, the lobbying and advocacy on the part of cities becomes a real critical issue going forward. And if you're not building those relationships and having presence there, some of the items in our strategic plan that we work together to develop are going to need a partnership with the state. And that is relationships with your legislators and an active presence. The last one makes some sense to you. I see a number of you nodding your heads. I think that's a real challenge today. Unfortunately, in one city I worked with, the individual got elected he left the council, very, very good council member, and he went to the state legislature. Now he's head of the committee there. And I talked to Gary, and I said, Gary, the things you're supporting at the state legislature are totally contrary to what you wanted as a city council member. He says, well, in order to get ahead in the party, I've got to vote and go that way. I'm going, and this is a fellow who worked as a president of the community college, retired, became a council member, and retired early at about 55. Very good council member, but he left. And it's like, where in the heck are you? These are challenges. All the ones I just went through are challenges to our strategic planning efforts and to you as you make decisions. The key learning point here is that outreach to the community, both in terms of communications, and the communications is two-way, getting feedback from them and also involving them, but also being proactive in your communications there. And many of you talk to me about, some of you may recall it, one of the action items is more proactive communications from the city. I see Joyce raising. You all brought that up. When it's all of you, we will talk about that when we get around to it. So that is part of our future. Flip to the next section, section 3. The strategic planning model is very clear that I went through this morning. You can see that diagram on page 2. I'd like you to go to page 3. It's a house. It's in section 3, and it looks like a house, like this. If we look at the strategic planning A number of things we're gonna come is how big a house do you want? And how big a house can we afford? There are certain things you do that you have no choice on. Those are core business activities. You have to have a city clerk. You have to maintain open records. But you do not have to have a police or fire department. You're going, what? I'll give you an example. Knoxville, Tennessee, fire service is not provided by a governmental body. It's provided by a private organization. So how do you get fire service? Any of you think about how do you get it? What, Lori?
Bid it out?
You have to subscribe for it.
Oh.
And if you don't subscribe, guess what they do, Lori? They don't. You may have recalled about 3 years ago, it was on all the news channels. The fire department shows up and this house is on fire, but they did not pay. They were not a subscriber. So what did the fire department do?
Let it burn.
They did. Remember, they let it burn to the ground, and they saw it. They were pictures, and some of you may have drawn. They were squirting on the homes on both sides to protect them and let it burn. The guy tried to call in a credit card as they were rolling, but it didn't go because when it came up on the screen, non-subscriber, red screen.
But is there no morality in that?
I could not agree more. From my perspective, I would go. I'd still fight the fire. But this is a private business, and they said they did not pay. They're not a customer. They don't get the service.
I mean, as a fire station, I mean, you know, you go, you don't have insurance, and you go to the hospital and you need medical care. They can't just not give you medical care. I mean, maybe they can't.
Your point is right on target. But most city councils, all the cities I work with have a fire department. All the cities I work with have a police department. But it's a core business by choice. Let me give you another example. If you go to Illinois and Iowa, many communities, the water is not provided by a governmental agency. It's called Iowa American or Illinois American. Where is their headquarters? Corporate headquarters?
Probably another state,
Saudi Arabia.
another country.
So the city like Peoria is now saying, we need to buy our water system to control it. But there's a big price. So in the Midwest, which is a real tough thing when you're dealing with growth, how do you control things when you don't have the ability to influence water or sewer? It's provided by a non-governmental agency. Most cities choose to get into it. The key then is defining what service level and how we pay for that service level. Quality of life. And many of you talked about the importance of quality of life for your residents here. That's your parks. That is places like this. Is there a nicer view than over my left shoulder here? Not much. Or your beach, which is a unique asset for your community. Those are things that you say, that is just as important for us. If you look at it, it didn't go in. Those quality of life is what distinguishes you from your neighbors. And that's why people want to live and be here. And we'll talk about how we enhance that quality of life in our street. But it is, if you look at the 3 floors, they're all core. Additions are where you creep into providing a service and you've never made a decision to do it. An example of this in Florida is a lot of communities have gotten into, we need community events. There's one just north of us in Palm Beach County that I work with. When we started, city sponsors 46 community events. That's city paying for them. Not all of them were of equal importance. When they did their analysis, they whittled it down to 4 events that we will act. The others, we can partner with, but they're gonna have to cover our costs. But we creep into those. The classic was in Eustis. They had the Sun Love Festival. What year was that started in? Any ideas?
Like 69 or something like that.
68, you're correct. And today, the manager went out, and guess what? On Friday night, there were 22 people, and it peaked out at 37. Paul Berg was the city manager at the time, and Paul came to the council, we spent $37,000 on this event for rock bands. You could go to each one who participated, give them a check for $1,000. And today, guess what? That doesn't exist. But sometimes things like that get a life of their own, and they're on the roof. If the roof gets too big, the house collapses. So as we go through the strategic planning process, we're going to look at how big a house and where your resources are to support it. One thing, you look at the bottom, is the foundation. If we do not have a strong foundation, that is our financial resources, our human resources, our technology today, particularly with COVID, is extremely critical. Our infrastructure, water, sewer, facilities, if those are in bad shape, guess what? The house collapses. So keep that in mind as we go through the strategic planning process. The house, how big a house do you want here? And how does that relate to strategic planning? From now on, I'm going to shut up and we're going to get into more discussion, but I wanted to frame this for you going forward. I would like you to flip to section 5 and do page 2. It says My Legacy. Section 5, page 2. And the next page is your vision. I'd like you to pull a pen out or a pencil, and I would like you to give me the 3 or 4 things that are most important for you. When you leave as mayor or commissioner, what is the legacy you want to leave for your community? What is?
Hi, what page are we on?
We're on section 5, page 2 and 3. Find it? Lauren?
Did you get it, Commissioner Harmon?
No, I don't. Where do you see sections? I don't see any sections.
The little tabs, count the little tabs.
4, 5.
1,
Section 5, okay, and page.
page 2.
3.
It should say City of Dania Beach, My Legacy.
Okay, I found it. Thank you.
And so I'd like you to give me 3 or 4 things that are most important for you for your legacy. And if you come back, if you went away and came back in 15 years, what is important for you is your vision for the future. So it's looking at your legacy and vision. I'll give you a few minutes to jot your thoughts down. you don't need to write everything, but just some reminders for you, because I'm gonna give you each a chance to talk to each other. But 3 or 4 things that are your legacy and 3 or 4 things that you want to see.
I'll do the vision from.
No, both pages. Both the legacy when I leave and the vision that I want to see for my community. 15 years. What are the 3 or 4 things most important for you? Go out there, Candido. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Let's talk about this. What I'd like to do is have each one of you talk about your legacies first, and then we'll come back and talk about your vision. First 2 that I saw with their thumbs up. Tamara, you want to start off?
Sure.
Your legacy, what do you want to make sure is out there when you leave?
I want to make sure our communities are more stabilized than what they are now. When we look at a lot of our communities and what they used to be versus what they are now, we have very little economic stabilization in our neighborhoods where we could have more smaller businesses in the communities to support those smaller businesses. We don't have those. We have a lot of vacant businesses. We have a lot of rundown businesses, and I know that we offer some grants, but I don't believe there's enough help for our small businesses to really thrive and to keep the money circulating in our cities. My second thing was thriving parks and recreation facilities. That ties into my third thing, which is a safer city. And I think when you have a thriving parks and recreation department and facilities, that you're able to program the communities, regardless if it is it's a quality of life thing, regardless if it's our young children and being able to reach them at a point to where they could be influenced and molded the correct way and staying busy and not being on the streets, getting into, things that they have no business getting to in trouble. And also our aging community and our young adults. There is nothing at our Parks and Rec right now really for our young adults to be able to partake in. So you don't see a lot of community cohesiveness because there really isn't anything that is bringing us together. And as you're aging, that quality of life, you know, my grandmother spends a great deal of time just in the house. And, you know, although we had gracefully aging and with COVID, everything is done right now, but that's just one program. And I know that, you know, one of our former commissioners has a senior program here, but really having the thought of our aging community, that's something that is important to me too. Better schools. We want to attract quality residents here, quality businesses here. People want to move where they know that, you know, they are comfortable where their children are going to go to school. My child currently doesn't go to school in Dania Beach, and I live right next to schools, and that's a problem for me. So, being able to have better schools, and I know a lot of that is not at our discretion or you know, I know that the school board plays a large role in those things because I've had several conversations with the superintendent and trying to demand certain things, and it just doesn't work the way I thought it was going to work when I first was elected. And lastly, sound infrastructure. You know, we see a lot of what's going on in other cities, and I don't want to be those cities. I don't want to be the next Fort Lauderdale where you have all these aging pipes and infrastructure and flooding and major issues. We have major issues now, and we are investing in our infrastructure, and we have a lot of capital projects that are going to address, you know, our flooding issues. But with the amount of development that's coming here, I really think that we have to be careful because I don't think we have the infrastructure currently that can accommodate a lot of these dense projects that are coming up all over the city. You want me to do vision or no?
No,
Okay.
I do have a question on safer community. What other things would you want to see as your legacy as it relates to a safe community?
I want to see more of an interaction between our law enforcement and our community because currently, you know, there's a big divide. There's a big divide in this nation. There's definitely a divide that trickles down to the local communities. I want I want our children and our community members to see law enforcement as something positive and not necessarily something negative. You know, you see kids now and they run from the police when they haven't done anything wrong because they've been trained that police are bad or whatever the narrative is, and that's going to take work from law enforcement, city, and the community to be able to bridge that relationship to where you know we're not worried about the police policing us; they're a part of us.
Comments from others on what Tamara just brought up?
Hmm?
Any others have comments or questions for her? That clear? Those are good. Marco, what do you got? What do you want to see as your legacy?
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Well, Mayor hit on a lot of the same stuff, but I think to start off with I separated out some of the comments that I had here, one with a V and one with an L, the legacy or the visions.
Legacy right now.
So we'll go into the legacies right now. One of the legacies I'll start off with is public safety. And the public safety to me in our city right now is an utmost importance. We've had some issues, and I think our police, fire, and paramedics have done a great job. But as the city grows with everything, I think that we need to have a legacy that we're a safe city to come to. My legacy is that we would have a safe city to come to, and people would not be afraid to come here from any kind of negative news. So we have to support our public safety as much as we can and be able to, have that our city ready to adapt to all of our growth. Another thing is that's a big thing for me is the parks and recreation. I remember when I was a young man that I played ball here, and I'm sure that the mayor as well, with all of her family going back, we used to have large sports programs here. And right now we're at a minimum, and it has to do a lot with the change of times, and not necessarily that we've faltered anyway, but maybe we haven't pushed hard enough. I think that in today's world, I do notice, and I'm going to bring a couple of things into play that may have some alternatives, ideas for this, but our parks need to be redone, and we can get into all that at a different time, the legacy part of it, but our vision part. But the legacy is to see us come back again with a great youth programs and the seniors programs. I remember when I was growing up, they had shuffleboard courts and things like that. We don't even have that stuff available to us anymore. Other than the seniors club, and the seniors go places and they gracefully aging and they do things, but we don't indirectly offer anything within the city. So the seniors need something to do, and definitely the children. We have a couple sports programs working, but we need to get them all working again. I can remember back before we even had 30,000 people, our programs were so large that we were played within our own city. And then after that, now we had to go out of the city, and now we're out there, don't even have a program. And that has a lot to do with today's world because of kids playing on their handheld devices and so on. As you know, I'm in the bicycle business, and when COVID hit, it was a sign that stated that we need parks and recreation even more, because it was funny that when everything got shut, nothing's funny about COVID, don't get me wrong here, but when the government shut down a lot of the restaurants and stuff, I never sold more bicycles in the 46 years I've been working there than I did in the month of March and April, because the parents actually got out there, got their children outside, and we're outside again. It was a great feeling to see that the families were doing things united together. As the mayor was saying about bringing families together and so on, I think it just established a point in my mind that we need to push hard on parks and recreation. We need to get the youth programs back out there, get the parents coaching again, and stuff like that. I don't want to drag that out, but it's really on my list up there. I can tell you that we're noted for our beach and our pier, and I feel that have a legacy of leaving the commission in my 4 years. I would like to be part of our great commission we have here. I think we can all work together. I think we all have the same ambition to get something done with the Dania Beach Grill, the parking garage that needs to be done, and the beach renovation projects and the REAP projects. I think the REAP project there today was very exciting, and I think that we have those attractions. A lot of my visions will refer back to the legacies that I'm having in mind here. But these are things that establish us on the map. I think that when we start talking about the infrastructure and so on, which we'll get into my visions on that, it's tough to say, but without us doing the development process, which we should be careful of, we have no funds, and I don't want to get into all that right now. That's a whole other thing, but it takes money to do all these things, and the money comes from the millions of dollars that are created from the development. We just have to be careful. Some people are going to get hurt, so just like you were talking about the 80-20 a little while ago, and then the 5% that's going to complain. We're going to have to do the best we can for what's best in our community. But my legacy, personal legacy, is that we get this beach in order, and we get into the second phase. We get the Dania Beach Grill, or of whatever the city decides to do with it, and put it back out there to bring attraction down there. And I think all that is going to revert back to us renegotiating the deal with the college. And I brought stuff up on some ideas, which I'll discuss at the commission meeting one night, about how we can do that and be good for the college, be good for the city, where everybody benefits from it. But we'll get into that later. But I think that's important that we get with that garage going so that we can get our beach back in shape and have parking available. The rest of my time I'll take when you call for vision, because I do have visions and more things that will come out of there, but it costs money. But those are some of the things I think that are ultra important to us. To get the parents and kids back involved, get our beach back out there, back where we can get out there and people can spread out. If this COVID lasts a long time or anything else, we need to get outside, we need to spread out, and we need to be able to have outdoor activities. And it's important to me that we move on this as well. Thank you.
Yeah, we've seen some common themes already emerging here. And the reason I'm giving this a chance for each one of you to share with each other. This is it's rare to do this. We get sucked into dealing with issues and not say, what is the outcomes? So from my perspective, it's really reinforcing what I heard in the interview. Lori, what do you got? What's your legacy?
A lot of it is, I think it's going to overlap as well. I know you just said it's going to overlap with what the mayor said, with what the vice mayor said.
That's okay, because there's some themes
yeah.
Because I need to make sure that some of your specific comments now get reflected in the vision and plan. If I missed it, we need to bring it in. So.
No, I got you. That's the whole goal here. We want to come to our common theme. So but it's also
your legacy is
a few things. The one thing that I've always talked about, and I'm still talking about, everybody's mentioned it so far, is infrastructure. And you have to have the bones in order to do anything else. So if you put the foundation in, then that's what's going to make everything else grow. And it's a problem that's been happening all over the country, not just here. But we're seeing it in neighboring cities. I think the mayor mentioned Fort Lauderdale. That's something that I've been talking about this for years, and saying Fort Lauderdale is going to have a major problem at some point because they're building and building, and they don't have the infrastructure to support it. And then sure enough, they've had all of these problems with, flooding and pipes bursting and all sorts of issues. We don't want to be that city. And that's something that we really have to focus on. And I think that's probably the most important thing that I really want to focus on, because it's been left behind for so many years. And now we are starting to get some projects. We do have a number of drainage projects that are going forward. So I'm glad to see that. And it's something that I think that we all really need to focus on. I also, public safety is a major issue for me as well. I want this to be the safest community that we possibly can be. We've had some increases lately with violent crimes, which is something that we shouldn't have in this city. This is it's generally always been a fairly safe city, and to see the things that are happening, I know a lot of it has to do with COVID. A lot of it does, because people are, there's higher tensions. People are stuck in houses together for longer periods of time. There's more domestic issues, that sort of thing. But we need to do some more things to make us more of a safer community. I'd like to see some things where some more common projects. We had the fishing thing with the police and the kids. That was fantastic. I'd love to see more things like that. I'd like to see that not just with the kids, but also with the adults, with our seniors, and getting police and fire involved in things with the community more. I've actually got more than 3, but I'll try to keep it simple. Education and employment. We have more people than ever that are unemployed because of COVID. We need to get more into the retraining of people and get people more involved and more interested in looking at different opportunities that can be out there. And I'd like to have that as something that I get accomplished. I am working on it, but that I get accomplished, that we get accomplished as a team, where we get more people employed, more people educated in different areas, not necessarily going to college or things like that, but actually doing things that are going to help the community. You talked about earlier about how you can't find people to work in the water plants. You can't find people to work in the marine industry because they're not skilled. You can't find people even to work in healthcare in some cases. We need more and more people that are involved in these fields and that are learning about them and make them more interesting to them. And if you can make them interesting and something that people maybe haven't thought of before, but expand that and make it more of a something that's enticing to people, then they will be able to find jobs in fields that are always looking for people, and good jobs, good paying jobs. So I want to see that succeed. I'd also like to see, we have a lot of unfinished projects. And I know everybody's got a whole list of projects that need to get done, but there are some things that just need to get finished. We need to get back with the Dayton Beach Grill and get that taken care of. We need to get our historical buildings up to speed. Our Albert Swanson building, it's been sitting and sitting and sitting, and every time I drive past it, it makes me sick. We have the women's club is attached to a historical building, and it's, you know, they've had termites for years, and nobody has ever done anything about it. And it's not just currently; it's years this has been going on. This is not something that happens overnight. It's been happening forever. And we just need to finish some of those projects and try to get them to a better place so that we can, you know, be proud of our city, be proud of the history, and be proud of the different things that, you know, if people are going to come into the city and look at the history that's here. Let's keep it. Let's show them, you know, what they want to see. You don't want them going to see a building that's surrounded by fencing and, you know, tape and whatnot, and they can't even get in to see anything. If I can just throw one more thing in there. Another thing that I really would like to, that I'd like to make part of the legacy is more unification in the city. We have a lot of separate entities, multiple, you know, we have multiple senior organizations. We have 2 American Legions. I mean, we have, you know, multiple events that take place at different parks. And we need to bring people together more. And the best way to do that, I think, is if you're doing things together as a group and you bring them into a situation where they're actually interacting with each other. You know, I've had in the past, before COVID, when we could actually like have little parties and events and things like that, I've had, you know, people from all different walks of life, all different places, and actually try to have them introduce themselves to somebody that they don't know. They may have been neighbors for years, lived in one part of the city or another part of the city, lived here their entire lives, and never knew each other. And I think it's important that we get more people interacting with each other so that we can actually move forward and as a team, as one group, one city. There's too much division, and we need to try to do what we can to make that better. That's all.
Yeah, your last point, if you look at cities that are effective, building community is important for the sustainability of a community. And that is building relationships with one another. Marco talked about the families, bringing them together and doing family activities. It's also with your neighbors. So you're going to see that as a theme coming up in a lot of the both vision and plan. Joyce, what do you got? What's your legacy going to be?
enforcement, oh,
There you are.
oh,
We can hear you now.
I'm gonna start all over.
Start again.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you, Ralph.
Took so long.
All right. So.
I heard you loud and clear.
Did you hear me? Okay, all right. So, like I said, I've been looking at the safety and security because I believe you have to have a safe and secure beachfront property. We only have 700 feet to make it the absolute best. And I believe, and I'm glad that Commissioner Odman is bringing the Thousand Mermaid Project because it's like taking care of the beach from the inside out and replacing the coral. But if you're gonna invest $100,000 in these projects, then the whole thing has got to be absolutely from the inside out. And we need an additional staffing and different people to really stay within their roles. I really like when you have the great roles because everybody is not, they're not a jack of all trades. Our lifeguards are not a jack of all trades. They are doing so much above and beyond. They are fantastic lifeguards, but their main role and responsibility should be saving lives. But they are out there stretching themselves, doing dog enforcement. If I told you how many dog enforcement, it's really, and it's part of being safe. We have an ordinance that has a no dog policy or no animal policy. And I love dogs. But if we're not going to enforce the ordinances that we have, then we should not have them. So people don't pick up after it's an environmental issue. And I really, really feel that we need to have strong and strict enforcement and security because those bonfires are now spreading to our actual beach. And we just had a fire, and it is really what we need to change is the reputation of the beach of being unsecure. So people know after 5 o'clock, they start coming. I got a picture with a man with pallets 5 piles high. They're getting ready to go, start burning and start getting their bonfires on. And I personally believe that they have spread over to the staircases because people know that there's no security. We need cameras. We need to be able to see our 700 feet. We need to be able to play back that video, and we need to see what's going on our beach. Okay, I will go on. But that is very huge to me. My other major passionate problem and issue, or that I would like to see my legacy, is improved communication and technology. Technology is huge for me, not only for our city, but when we have these playbacks, sometimes people cannot see, people cannot hear, and our technology systems, as far as keeping records, as far as our commission meetings, being able to search. If a resident came up and had an issue on a certain address in a certain property, can I go look it up on our Dania Beach website and find exactly where was this commission meeting? What was this information about? We need to have improved technology all the way around and communication that is user friendly. When I tried to go and renew permits virtually, it was like red tape beyond red tape beyond red tape. And I am a beach goer and I'm technology savvy. So I can only imagine somebody 60, 70, 80 years old trying to do the same thing. And I also feel that way with the seniors because when they want to attend these commission meetings, there may be some seniors right now who would love to hear what's going on in this room. But Ring Central is not the easiest, most user-friendly technology, for seniors. Maybe they can call in, maybe we can find ways for them to participate, but we have to look into systems that are user-friendly for our residents. And, documents are also getting lost. I had residents call me about just a housing project that was 8 years old. The documents are lost in the city. So, and I was just hired November 16th, and I'm writing, my HR documents by hand. So, I mean, these are things that most cities, most colleges, you have upgraded technology systems where things are user friendly and make the city and communication for all residents, young and old, better for the entire city. So, and my third thing is landscaping. Beautiful, 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 gorgeous, gorgeous city. You know, when you drive into Boca, you know you are in Boca. You know, it is not that we want to be Boca, like you said, I want to be Dania Beach. But when you come off the airport and you see that Dania Beach sign with that landscaping around those signs, that is absolutely gorgeous. So I think really that level of beautification, that level of landscaping, that level of care with how we care about our city, it shows from the time you enter our city to the time you leave our city at every single entrance. And last, I do have to say this, is because I'm a teacher. Education and youth programs are huge for me. Like the mayor said, I think we need to have improved relationships with the police and the community. So the PAL program, I want to see that reinstituted. I want to see programs where you have financial programs like junior achievement, where we're teaching our kids math skills and financial skills, literacy skills, and also education and the arts. There are some kids who are not just going to go to college and go to, get their master's and their PhD. We need to have programs where drama programs are so that they can, if they want to dance, if they want to, act, if they want to sing, then we have things that, that are attractive for the different learning styles of children. And last thing. Right. That's it. It has to do with the kids now. It's mental health, mental health wellness. That goes with the kids too. A lot of these kids have seen a lot of violence. So I just want to see where we can provide maybe a wellness center within the community center for the kids, for the youth. Maybe we have people on staff where they can get services for the violence that they've seen in their lives. Okay.
That was good. Just one quick comment.
No, we have one more.
I want to build up one of the points that Joyce just brought up. There is a book out that just came out in December, and it hits on one of her points. I know I've got Lauren to get to, but this would be an appropriate time just to mention. It's by NYU professor who said, COVID did not stimulate change, it accelerated change. And your point about technology, seniors are struggling with it, but are becoming very good at it. And they got time, and we need to look at that technology component because we're not likely to go back to the way we were. And his point was that technology, Joyce, that you brought up, has been accelerated. It's not new change. Instead of being 5 years off, it's now at our doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. That's why
Absolutely.
I think that reinforcing that
Absolutely.
point
It's huge.
is really a big one today. In cities, that means really some investments in looking at IT. Where are we? But what is not necessarily the cutting edge, but state of the art that's fast, reliable, and easy.
Yes, and nimble and flexible.
All right, Lauren, I did not forget you. So what are your thoughts for your legacy?
Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Ahmed, can you hear us?
She's on there.
She's on the screen. I can see her.
Yeah.
Can't hear her.
Lauren, can we?
Can you hear me?
Now we can. So your legacy.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's delayed.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
You're saying yes, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just fake it if you can't hear me. All right. It's okay. Just fake it if you can't. All right. So I like, I don't know who's talking to me, but I can hear you. Um, that's so weird. All right, hold on. All right, so I have you guys back on audio. So now, can you still hear me?
Yes.
I had you, I was trying to do it by having headphones. I couldn't really hear any of you talk, maybe little bits of it. But when I try and talk to you, it was doing a delay and it was disorienting. Anyways, so my two things that I wrote down are, I don't, again, I'm assuming you guys all talked about infrastructure, strong economies, public safety. Hopefully none of you didn't have that. I think that's sort of a commission legacy, and something that every commission should be laser focused on passing down. For me, environmental policy, strong environmental policy, that's been something that's big for me. It's something that's lacking in the city, which is ironic and unfortunate, being a coastal city, to not have strong environmental policies in place that are well integrated into everything from how our economy works to the very culture of the city, and to things like what programs we have within the city. So slowly accumulating more and more of those till we nudge the culture within the city so that we're really doing our part to protect and nourish the beach. We're doing our part to um, protect intercoastal wetlands. The city is not so saturated with areas where there's a tremendous amount of litter. And by nudging the culture in that way towards being more aware and thoughtful of environmental issues, I think you'll see that on its own, without having to put a tremendous amount of government regulation in place, you'll see that improve as the mindfulness around that issue improves. Right now, it's just as strange, again, a coastal city, but the mindfulness about it is pretty low. And then second is development of arts and culture within our city. Um, we've talked several times about, having an art and cultural center, having theaters, live art, visual art, um, and that always kind of gets bypassed for the things that are more important, which is infrastructure, safety, things of that nature. But if you're going to advance the city and develop the city and evolve the city in a real meaningful way, arts and culture is going to have to at some point take priority. I think we took the first step by passing the art in public places um, fund, which I think, if I cared about legacy, which I don't personally, but if I did, I would say in 20 years, if I was still alive and I looked back at, I drove through Dania Beach, I would see that that policy fundamentally changed the public space within this city. And I hope that I see that it changed it all the way east to all the way west, um, in all directions. I hope it doesn't pool in any one area. But again, there's so much progress to be made there. Museums, cultural events, educational integration, even integrating it into our housing solutions and the development of future communities. Um, this is largely overlooked in our planning, in our administration's planning, and even up in the commission. It doesn't usually get too much thought. Uh, maybe I've slowly started to see some change in that recently.
No, it froze.
Is she frozen there?
She's
Yes.
frozen. I will hope so. It's a long time ago.
Maybe physically froze.
Lauren, can you hear us?
Industries. And the third thing I wrote down was really nurture
She keeps freezing.
signs, and they're all the same for each neighborhood. And I really dislike that because I find each neighborhood has such distinct flavor. And while we want to work towards I see, are you guys, did I lose you?
Start with neighborhoods again, if you would.
Okay, the neighborhood development where we nurture the individuality and the specific flavors of each neighborhood. While we want to work towards the inclusion of the whole city, which has been an issue, division. I don't want to wash the whole city. I want to celebrate the distinct flavor of our neighborhoods and develop those neighborhoods to embrace the culture and the things that make those specific neighborhoods special. Out west, there's some very special neighborhoods, and they are very different than out east. And I think that's wonderful and worthy of highlighting. So development of each neighborhood's identity and developing and nurturing the pride in each of those neighborhoods. So those are my three things, and I primarily chose them because I think there's the most room there. They've been the least worked on, or maybe I shouldn't say the least worked on. They've been the least successful in moving forward, and I'd like to see some real development in those three areas.
That was good. Any comments? You all get that? Or three areas?
Don't have comments because I can't hear them.
I'm going to go back. What is your vision? What would be the three or four things that you want to make sure are there in 15 years? And you don't need to repeat your legacy, but what's important for you 15 years, and then we'll go back around through the commission. So starting with you, Lauren, what are the 3 or 4 things on your vision?
What are 3 things of my vision?
Yes.
I don't understand the question. What are 3 things of my vision?
Yes, on page 3, I asked you to write down your vision for 15 years. What are the 3 or 4 things most important there?
Oh, I did not do that page. I did page 2 only.
All right, Joyce, I'm going to go back around the way I came. So we'll come back to you in the end. What were your vision in 15 years? Okay, nothing else you would add?
One more? Last thing?
Let's do this again.
All right. No, it goes back, I'm gonna be short and sweet. It'll be the sound strong infrastructure. It will, a financially sound, robust city that is beautiful with gorgeous landscaping and of course, a world-class award-winning beach.
Lori, what about for you?
A lot of it goes back to legacy, but I'll put it this way. I would like when people come to Davie Beach, they are specifically coming to visit Davie Beach. A lot of people come to visit South Florida, they go to Miami, or they're going to Fort Lauderdale, and they happen to run across Davie Beach. I want it to be people that I know in New York and New Jersey saying, hey, we're going down to Dania Beach this year, not we're going to Fort Lauderdale.
A
not
true
we're going to-
destination.
A very true, so we know it by name. And people actually know who we are and they see all the things that we have to offer and they want to bring more people here. You know, I mean, like I said, I have friends and family and whatnot up in the Northeast, and they are getting to know us more and more because they hear about it from me and my husband. But it would be nice if you could get that all over the country, where people literally are just coming here. They don't say that they're flying into Fort Lauderdale, they're flying into Dania Beach. You know what I mean? So that's a big thing. I'd also like us to be with some of these things that are going on, some of the projects that we're doing. I'd like us to be a model for other cities. With the environmental issues, with the beach, with the Thousand Mermaids project, that sort of thing. With training programs. I would like to see some of the projects that we're doing up with on our own and then agreeing to move forward on. I'd like to see us be the model. We do it right the first time, and then other cities want to copy us, and they want to do the same thing because we're doing good things. And I'd like us to be that city that people are saying, you know what, they started at Dania Beach, and now we're doing the same thing on a bigger scale. And that's not just with the programs and the different things that we're doing, but also things with unity. If we can actually make a difference in the city and get people together, working together, moving forward together, we could also be a model for that. There's no reason why we couldn't be. We might be small, but it's a good place to start, I think. And I think if we do that and we show people how it can be done, then you'll see it in other places as well. So, and of course, I want a beautiful city. I want it to be aesthetically beautiful, functional, and all the things that we all want, I'm sure. And a good economy and more businesses coming here and wanting to be here and all that. But that all goes along with the same things we were talking about earlier. So,
Marco, what about for you? Any other things on your vision?
Well, yeah, I didn't even get to my visions. I thought we were separated, but I see how some of you guys blended them together. So I'm full of visions.
He's full of vision.
And I'm probably full. I imagine what they else are saying, but that's beside the point. I'm full of. A lot of it goes back to like Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Llewellyn said a little bit. I'm gonna start around the city with some of the visions that I have, and I'll try not to take too long. But as you come into, we're next to Seaport, we're next to the airport, and we should be noted, as Commissioner Llewellyn said, everybody should know who Dania Beach is. So we have to come up with some kind of a vision to establish ourselves throughout the United States and out of the countries that let people know who we are. That's something that we can work on, because we should be a destination by this climate. Casino. I mean, we have a lot in the city for a small city. But coming out of the airport, a perfect example, what you said. I mean, the first thing you hit is great landscaping there, and which is I'm going to bring into more than my vision. Is just not just there, but everywhere in the city. This morning I saw them trimming the trees on US 1, and going to another comment you just made, Commissioner Well. People already are after some of our ideas. The city of Hollywood loves our coconut trees up and down, and palm trees up and down US 1, because they're a lot less maintenance, and it's more of a natural tree for the South Florida. The oak trees are growing all over the place down there, and I'm sure if they had to think about it again, they might have had different, thing. Not that there's anything wrong with them, but the natural trees look good. So people do follow our vision. Going back to the street cleaning, I'm very proud of our city right now. US 1 and some of our main arteries are being cleaned on a consistent basis, and I see them out there trimming trees, picking branches up. I also noticed that we when people have accidents, they knock down 2 or 3 trees. I noticed that they don't sit empty or vacant for months now. I see they're being replaced within a 30-day span or less, which is very impressive for us to get that done and get it out there so that we do look good and we don't look like we've been run over. Some of the street cleaning things in my vision also would be some creating some new ordinances to have people quit putting stuff out so early. I have a plan for that, which we can discuss at the city commission meeting, but Our streets need to be cleaned constantly instead of people just dumping when they feel like they want to dump stuff out there. I think the vision of having the chamber get more involved in some of the stuff that we put money out there. I'd like to see some accountability for it. I'd like to see a vision of the chamber getting involved with the businesses that I believe Mayor James was talking about earlier. I believe it was you that said the businesses need to get involved and they need to come out there, and the chamber is what the chamber is designed to do. And so, that along with that, what my other vision is when we start getting this stuff done out at the beach and here and all around, we're surrounded by water. So we need to have some kind of a waterway attractions, something that's going to bring people back around, whether we have a boat ride here to take them up and down the waterways or something, what do we have to offer? We don't. These are all these things that come up. And this is private enterprises that can come in here and bring and attract new businesses, from the chamber or the CRA or whoever involved. All these things that we're doing creates a financial income, to the city, through sales tax, through property tax, through parking incomes and stuff like that. So we can use some of these funds to keep creating and keep building. As a business owner, I know, you have to do these little things like that to keep things going. You can't just put something out there and say, we're going to give this here and then have this for the people without having a way to keep it up and maintain it and so on. So my vision is to get all these things there and have the perfect example, the ocean thing we're doing. You're putting something there that somebody's gonna be able to take pictures with, that sets us aside. People can go down the beach and take a picture of the mermaid, and I think little things like that we can bring out there to do it. The landscape on the streets was very important to me. I mean, I think that all over the city, I'm not talking about just the main arteries, I'm talking about every single place in the city. Landscaping is cheap, maintenance is not, but it sets aside. I mean, would I like to look like Disneyland or Disney World or out there? Of course we would, but I can't imagine what their bills are. But I mean, just to keep the streets clean is an inviting thing to the people driving through, coming into our city. And we are the first, years ago when I was first elected, I said to everybody about traffic and so on, it doesn't make much of a difference what we build in our city because we're next to the airport and seaport. They're going to go right through our city to Hollywood, to Hallandale, to out west. And that's what they do. So we might as well stop them with our attractiveness and look good so that they're not afraid to stop in our city. Some little things that we can do. And it's just something, this is something I'm throwing out there as a vision too. Like when I start talking about boat rides down the canal, as in Hollywood, when my bike shop is there, I created a little thing called Tour to Hollywood. There's nothing wrong with getting parents and people and families back out there and having creating a 5-mile, 10-mile bike ride, have once in a while, what they call a tour of Dania. Once we establish our historical sites, once we establish the beach, we can put together little bike rides once a month or something like that, or because they're not popular, and let people, ride around the city, show them, the southeast, the southwest. People don't even know, go out west and go see some beautiful parks around the north side of Griffin Road. People don't even know this stuff exists. I've been riding around lately with other people and seen stuff that I've been here all my life and didn't even know it was here. So my vision is to let all that stuff get out there and let people see our city. I've got a few more things, but anyhow, and then of course the vision of fixing our infrastructure and having everything work for flooding and sewers and stuff. You're definitely right. We sure don't want what happened in Fort Lauderdale, all our sewer pipes breaking. I'm hoping that, and I know what, I don't think that's a vision for me or a legacy for me. That's something the city, and we have a great city manager, and along with our city engineers and stuff to get this stuff going. It's up to us to prove it and make it work, and that will come into play. And I think that's something that we're actively working on. But infrastructure to prepare ourselves for all that is a priority. Thank you.
That's good. Back to the mayor, Tamara.
I guess I'll start with some of the things that I've heard from my other colleagues. Definitely a destination. I think Dania Point kind of started everything and really opened up our eyes to like the possibilities that can exist here in our small gem of a city. So when I was first elected, I kept saying I don't want to be a pass-through city because, as the vice mayor said, people go to the airport and they right? They pass through. And I no longer want it to be that. I think that we're slowly changing that. But when we talk about legacy versus vision, 15 years, I have to understand, like, speaking sports, Usain Bolt, he trained for 4 years. He prepared, it took him 4 years to prepare for 9 seconds. And so I don't want us to underestimate, the time that it really takes to get these things done. That's why you said 15 years. You put the work in now, and we have to understand, same day you plant the seed is not going to be the same day you get the fruit. And so we just have to make sure that we're planting good seeds and we're fertilizing those seeds and we're maintaining that soil. So what sprouts up could be, our vision, what we look back and say, you know what? It may look a little different, but that's what I wanted. That's the kind of city that I wanted. And so that's number one. Um, I would like to have a stable and balanced economy within our city. I would like for people to be able to really live, shop, work, and play here, and not have to have some things that we struggle with affordable housing and everything else is the commute. A lot of our residents, they have to commute outside of our city to be able to work. I want to have high paying jobs. I want to come back and say, you know what, not just for the city, these high paying positions and senior level positions, but I want to be able to have higher paying jobs for, our residents. And I just talked to the city manager a couple of days ago about having summer youth programs that we used to have a program called Beta, um, back when I was a young girl, and the city had a program that paid our kids who are too old for summer camp, but you still keep them engaged. You get them at a job, and we pay. I would rather pay that than give any money to charity any day of the week, because you're teaching responsibility, you're teaching accountability, you're teaching a skill set, those things that we may need in the marine industry. Like, we can partner with different businesses to be able to do those things and to have summer jobs for our kids. A lot of times our students don't understand the possibilities that even exist. If you just take a ride down to the port, those types of jobs, you don't know about that in high school. You don't know when you graduate that you could have those type of port security or screening jobs, or there are a ton of jobs there, a ton of opportunities there, because everyone is not going to go to college. Everyone can't afford to go to college. Thankfully, my basketball skills afforded me a scholarship, because other than that, I wouldn't have been in college either. Um, I really want to see us go back to having our own police and fire. I think long term, down the road, that is something that can be obtained. And I understand we have money that comes off of development, but we need to have a balance, because if we're talking about bringing in families, we have to be careful the types of things that we are standing behind. In one breath we do one thing, and finding creative ways to be able to get some of these projects done, other than just relying on what the taxes are going to bring us, because we never know where the economy is going to go. COVID showed us they could just come in and just all of our plans be wiped out. So making sure that we become more creative. And on top of everything else that I will not um, say again and repeat for my legacy, I would like to add Dania Beach to our airport. I don't know what happened. I have to go back and figure out what happened down the road. I just think it is the most disrespectful thing that it says Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, and it leaves Dania Beach out. I don't care if Dania Beach is just a small little pass through a few traffic lights. That should Dania Beach should not be left out of that. And I don't know how we can go back and revisit that. I don't know how we can make sure that down the road something happens, but I would like to start the small steps or the conversations to see what it would take to have that possibly happen. Because I think it does a huge disservice when they come out of the airport. The first thing you see when you are traveling south is not Hollywood, it's not Fort Lauderdale, it is Dania Beach. You see our airport sign, and I just think that those are things that can really make us a destination. When you can put in a code in the airport and you know that you were traveling to Dania Beach. So often, how many of us have to say, okay, I'm really from Miami or Fort Lauderdale or a major city, because no one knows where the heck Dania Beach is. I mean, I make it a point to say Dania Beach so I can start a conversation, but those people don't care anything about Dania Beach. Is it Miami? Yes, Miami. Okay, I'm coming. You know, that's what we all want. And so I just want this. I think I've heard the theme for everyone. We just want it to be a destination and something that we are really proud of, something that we can see for the eye, but also something that we can have stably there because we can have all the landscaping. If we don't have the stability, if we don't have the businesses, if we don't have the attractions, you know, they're going to stop and take a picture and they're going to keep going. They're going to patronize somewhere else.
So Laura, I think that marketing and that identity is very key because that happens to me too when I am in another state or even in another country. And I talk to people, Dania Beach, and then I have to tell them, was that Miami? And then all of a sudden they hear Miami. But guess what? Miami did a lot of work with Vision 21. They really did a lot in regards to creating that vision and that identity. And we can do it here because we have a very unique identity. So I think marketing of that, everything that we're doing now with the Thousand Mermaids project, those selfies, Dania Point, and all of us with social media and our own social media. But I think only we can be the best ambassadors for our city.
Can I say something?
Sure, now I need to get Lauren in here. Go ahead, Lauren.
Just one, sort of comment. And I'm with you on that. I would love for the airport to be, Dania Beach in there as well. I'd love for our zip codes out west. I'd like us all to be the same zip code because my address is Fort Lauderdale. The Commissioner Odman's is Fort Lauderdale because we're in 33312, but we live in Dania Beach and we vote in Dania Beach and, we're part of the city. But there are some things, and Tom might even be able to shed some light on this. There's some things that I'm afraid we're going to be limited in as far as doing that. Like we can't change those postal codes. People have tried to do it for years. It's way too
Yeah, I tried
complicated.
to do it as well.
I know. I've been I tried doing it before I was on the commission, and it just and there's certain things that we just can't do, and it's unfortunate. And I think the issue with the airport and naming of the airport, wasn't there something in the interlocal agreement? Do you know, Tom? I recall there was something when the negotiations were taking place. What was that?
It's a county-owned airport.
Right. So the county made the decision.
Must persuade. We'll come back to that one.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Because I know there was something, because that actually was Dania Beach land, and we ended up ceding the land to the county, if I'm not mistaken. Right. So it's now county land. It's now county land as opposed to city land. It used to be city land. It's the whole airport thing it's a thorn in my side, but always has been. It's kind of why I'm here. But I'm just concerned about something. Like, I agree with you. I wish it would say.
If we can't do it, that's okay. I just want us to do everything in our power to be
Get
able
out on
to.
the table. We can then
Yeah.
figure out.
Yeah, no, I just
understand.
Yeah,
Let me get Lauren in here.
absolutely.
Lauren, what are your thoughts for the vision? Any further thoughts?
Oh, she's muted. There she is.
Is it any better now? I'm on my phone.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm gonna hop on the airport thing because I'm glad you brought that up. It wasn't part of my vision, but when I look at Dania Beach Vision 2036, we may not have a vision for the airport, but you can be certain that that the international airport has plans for 2036 for the airport and what it's going to look like. And one of the things I think we should think about is, that many years out, so 15 years out or 20 years out, at what point are we allowed to do something, or are we going to challenge it and do something if they continue to build out, let's say, more runways and expand out further? I was going to say those of us who live out west, but really all of us in Dania Beach know how destructive it has been to activities of daily living and just basic quality of life. And if there was further expansion, building another airport, does it still, and we don't need to go into this now, but like, does it still mean you can't do anything because of the interlocal agreements? And at what point do we say that even though we signed that, we are going to do something? So I think more thought has to go into it, not how bad it is now, because we all understand our hands are tied now, but down the line, are we going to revisit that? Because I surely know that none of our vision is for a larger portion of the city to be affected by this more than it has, and it's just so unfortunate how much residents have lost in terms of enjoyment of their outdoor space. Beyond that, for the vision, it aligns with the things I wrote in the legacy, which is I hope to see that by 2036, there's been strong environmental policies put in place that protect and help re-nourish the beach and the reefs, and extends out to the entire city as to how we look at nature and what we get from it, and what we give back to it, and what we take away from it. So seeing stronger policy there and integration of it into our economy and into the programs that we offer. And beyond that, seeing that there has been a successful development in the area of arts and culture, that we have a flourishing public arts program, that we have at some point, we've now built a theater and people are able to go enjoy the theater here, that we have established integration of arts and cultural programs into the schools through the city, and that we have developed public programs as well for residents. And thirdly or fourthly was the neighborhood development. So I would like to see that, like we have the signs that all look the same for every neighborhood. I don't like that. I like celebrating the differences in the neighborhoods, because I think they each bring something so special to what is collectively our city, Dania Beach. And I would like to see those highlighted so that the people who live there can really relish in that, and be prideful of what they have that makes their little cut of land different than other places in Dania Beach. I think that's something exciting and fun and wonderful about cities. Just to give, like when you go New York City, I guess that's a hard comparison to make, but you have all those different neighborhoods. And while you're always excited to be in New York, each neighborhood has a different flavor and something it's known for, and something that you look forward to seeing specifically in that neighborhood that perhaps you wouldn't see in another neighborhood. So that would be part of my vision, would really be development of not just hotels and warehouses and retail, but development of art and culture and environmentalism.
Thank you. Before we break for lunch, I need help on what was brought up so I can do some work on it. What is going to make Dania Beach a destination? I heard the beach. I heard the renaming of the airport to include you. I heard Dania Point as part of that. What other things would make you a destination?
I think we need attraction. People go to places for attraction. So I know we go to Whiskey Creek to do, paddleboard and all those other things. There's no reason why we can't do it right here in our city. I know that we've had conversations regarding this, as far as vendors and being able to rent out paddleboards or being able to get on the jet skis. I mean, we have a beautiful pier. We are one of a kind, one of very few cities that has a marina at the beach. You can park your boat and walk to the beach. A restaurant on the pier. And so when we do those things like these projects with the 1,000 mermaids and everything else, just like Mr. Davis said, we have to make sure that we are looking good on the outside too. So we have to have things that attract people to come here. Or, I mean, it was in Hollywood, but when I was growing up, it was Six Flags Atlantis, where Oakwood Plaza now is. And I grew up going there. We used to have Grand Prix. We have to have something more than people to just shop. We have to have stuff for people to actually do. And I don't know how we get there, but we have to utilize the space that we have to provide more attraction to get people to come to our cities. I think that's how you become a destination, because you get them here. Now you have to have something for them to do.
Right now, if we're gonna, right after lunch, we'll get right into the vision, but I wanted to write up something on the vision. Joyce, you had your hand up?
Well, it was similar to what the mayor was going to say as far as action and having those, and I think reiterating also with Vice Mayor Salvino said, really utilizing our waterways and our boat spaces to really, because we are unique in that, and having those activities that people can do when they come say, I'm going to Dania Beach for this, and I believe too, of course, I believe the beach, but having art in public places and having our beach be one of those kind of art in public places through our lifeguard towers or whatever it may be, that you're actually having something that is unique and one of a kind to our city. And like the manager said, that marketing piece, something that really continues to stand out and says that Dania Beach, we do have the see it, live it, love it. But I also think what makes us unique is that we are Broward's first city, and we need to make sure that we don't forget that as we do the see it, live it, love it, because being Broward's first city is one thing that truly, truly separates us from everybody else. And so FPL has even, deemed a program after us for the 35 Mules program, because we had the first Florida Power and Light Energy right here in Dania Beach. So we need to really think about the things that make us one of a kind and unique, and really market that out to, the city, the world, and everybody else, so we can continue to show why we are, Broward's first city, and why we're the best destination place to come to.
Any other comments on that?
Yeah. And I was just going to reiterate, the marketing piece is, I think, the biggest part of it too, because we could do all these fantastic things and have, Dania Point. I recently saw there is an advertising, a marketing thing that's going on right now where the people Kimco, I guess it is, they're doing a bunch of different advertisements for the places that they have. Dania Point was one of them. They also did one for Pembroke Lakes Mall, and like that one's okay, but it really wasn't that good. But the one for Dania Point is spectacular. I mean, I've had people actually make comments to me about it, saying that they saw us on TV, they saw Dania Point, they thought it was fantastic, whatever. But that kind of thing, not just for Dania Point, but for any attractions that we have, it needs to get out, not just in South Florida, it needs to get out everywhere. And then this way we have a name. And so part of the problem is that a lot of times we do these really good things and then nobody hears about it. So unless you live here. So, I mean, Dania Point definitely is one of those things that has put us on the map, and it has Dania right in the name. Another thing though that has to do with that, there are certain places in Dania Point and even certain other establishments and businesses throughout the city, which when you go to their website, it says they're in Hollywood, or it says they're in Fort Lauderdale. It doesn't even say Dania Beach. Like, that's disgusting, quite frankly. I mean, they're in Dania Beach. They need to say Dania Beach. And if they don't, that should be a problem. That should be a problem for all of us. And, that would also, I don't know if there's something that we could do to like force people to put it in their name or something, but, you know, maybe working with the different companies that are out there that, you know, name these things, the URLs or whatever, and actually have it, you know, so that they're actually in the right location. I don't know, just some thoughts on that.
We will talk about that after lunch.
You know, allowed on this real quick,
Sure.
I just Googled Chewy to see where the headquarters are. They're actually here in
Yes,
Dania
oh yeah,
Beach.
they're in Dakota.
And that is a tremendous company. And I think maybe working with them and coming up with something cool, or maybe some cool dog selfie. I mean, I did that in our former city that we got that big dog donated from an artist in Europe. But yeah, I mean, have you been there? Yeah, I was there and Linda was talking to me about, but I wanted to make sure that they did say headquarters was in Dania Beach.
Yes.
Because it was happening to us in my former city. They would say in Aventura, and it's like, wait a minute, you're afraid to say that you're in NB?
Right.
And you're using, like, I don't know, to not say Dania Beach, and say that they're in Hollywood for Lilo, but yeah, keep working with public places and creating that identity.
We're a certified city for pets, right?
Yeah.
We have been now for a year. We need to promote that.
Yeah.
But we need to also do other things with it. I'm not really a pet fan, but if
No,
we're gonna
these
be.
are some good ideas. I want to bring this into focus. Marco, were you going to say?
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick. You know, coming off what the mayor said and Commissioner Long, I guess all of you, you know, maybe everybody should write down in the next few weeks and come back with ideas of the waterway attractions or beach attractions or city
We already
attractions.
have all that.
Huh? Do what?
We already have a lot of, we've
We
already
got this
discussed so
already
much.
drafted in another.
No.
Okay, well, that's.
Prior to, we've discussed a lot of these things. The things are, we need to start making them happen.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh, that's what happens when you come in
And
and
today,
new.
I don't want to get into how to make them happen right now. I want to go to the 15,000 foot, saying, what do we want? Don't worry about how to get there at this point. We will get there in the actions for the next year. But I think too many times we can get into the action without looking at the outcome we're trying to achieve here. So we'll break for lunch, maybe 15, 20 minutes, then come back. And a lot of these ideas, Marco, have already been drafted or in here. We can add to it, and I'm going to have you focus what's most important. But let me give you a quick example. I'll give you two quick ones where vision has guided. In Round Rock, Texas, they were always linked to Austin. The sports complex is in Austin. Well, they went to the state legislature and folks said, oh, it'll never happen. Today, they are recognized and have trademarked Round Rock, Texas Amateur Sports Capital, and it's been approved by the state legislature. And they have built a complex and it's spun off into a destination with Kalahari, which is a major resort. There's no Great Wolf Lodge, it's on steroids. They made it happen. Virginia Beach, we want to be a year-round resort. When I started working with them, it was June, and maybe first week in September. Today, they've done a number of things to make it year-round. So the discussion you just had is really critical to say, here's where we want to go. And then by the end, we'll have, what are we going to do this year? If that's important to you, what are we going to do? And recognize some of this is going to take a while. You got to plant the seed and then cultivate it, and then it will be a reality. I have drafted a vision statement. I would suggest we take a break, eat lunch, maybe 20 minutes, or when we get done, we're shooting for that. And then I want to come back on the drafted vision. And it can be found in section 7. And I want to go page by page on this. And when we get done in an hour or so, we will have a framework of what does it mean with specifics. So that's our next step, and then we'll go to the mission and then to the plan. That's our afternoon. Okay, 20 minutes for lunch? That's good? We will break. That was really helpful, folks, so far.
I
Falcon Stadium. It would always be Miami Dolphins Stadium.
enhance property and home values. In 15 years, it's a preferred place for families and individuals to live in Broward County area. A community that you call home. It's preserved and celebrating your history. Low density with single-family homes, townhomes to mid-rise residential mixed-use buildings, 8 to 10 stories. In 15 years, preserved and enhanced the reasons that residents make the choice to make Dania Beach their home. Strong zoning and code enforcement to protect community, the neighborhoods, and property values. Some of you mentioned that earlier. Superior city services that are responsive to our community and neighborhoods and add value to the community and the life of our neighbors. Distinctive entrance signs and wayfinding signage. An inclusive community with diverse cultures and families of all kinds. These individual comments are things that you brought up to me in my interview. So some of these should look familiar to some of you. Preservation of our residential character. Convenience. No need to leave Dania Beach to shop, to work, to live, or to enjoy life. Top quality schools and education programs. Working in partnership, keyword, with the city, which some of you talked about earlier. Residents taking pride in contributing to our community. Strong community events and festivals that bring our residents together. Strong community organizations and institutions partnering with the city and each other to better serve your community. Life cycle housing, family housing. That means housing opportunities for all generations. Gathering places for neighbors to meet neighbors. Strong community organizations and institutions working collaboratively. And there'd be an opportunity to maybe collapse 16 and 19, but those were individual comments made. Strong partnership with the schools in the developing of joint schools and park programs. And parks as well. That's a little different version than the education. That is where you partner to build a school, but then there's a park there and park programs in schools, a recreation program. The city is responsive to community and residents. You're recognized and marketed as Broward's first city, and you've upgraded and preserved historic buildings. What other things does a hometown mean for you? Any additions here before I have you pick? Any additions or changes? I noticed, George, you're combining 19 and 16. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, send me on.
Yeah, I was gonna say that there's a couple that are duplicative.
I didn't see anything that tied into like parks and recreation and.
We have a whole principle on parks and rec.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of many. So we have our parks and leisure opportunities for all, and I added some other things based upon your comments. This is just that hometown feeling.
Is safety a different issue as well?
Yes, that's coming up in 3.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, they are. Hometown feeling, world-class beach, our unique beauty, our personal safety, our neighborhoods, activity centers creating with a sense of place, a thriving economy, and our leisure and recreation opportunities for all. Those are the things that I heard from you.
There are,
Lyle, can you hear me?
I know you
Yeah,
mentioned.
Laura?
So I was just going to say, that hometown feel comes up a lot. And, you have residents that will say very frequently, I just wanted to remain my small hometown. We've all heard some version of that sentence. I think it's important, if you're going to work on that as a goal, to include in that the acknowledgement that it's not a small town, and it hasn't been a small town for a very, very long time. That small towns do not exist directly next to major thoroughfares and expanding international airports. And I think the reason that's important is because then you can better navigate what things will be impactful in spite of that. Because there's plenty of things that will be impactful in spite of that. But sometimes you'll hear that used as a reason for like why they don't want traffic. We want it to be a small town with no traffic. Well, that's probably not feasible. But we want it to be like a small town where everybody knows each other. That's feasible. That's doable. So I think you have to acknowledge creating or maintaining, however you want to look at it, a small town feel in spite of or juxtaposed right next to the goals that we have that are more in line with a growing major city. So how to accomplish two things that can, I believe, be done together, but sometimes appear to be in conflict with each other.
You want to add anything?
Do I want to add anything? No, I wanted to make that point that I think is important if we're going to discuss hometown feel.
Yeah, I did not use the word small town for the exact reasons you just said.
Well, but do you understand what I'm saying with that's something we've all heard frequently, that I want to keep my little town, my small town, whatever. That desire.
Any other comments here?
Well, I was just gonna say that for me, and I think we probably could all agree on this, is that a hometown feel has more to do with people than it does with buildings.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can build, 20-story buildings, and as long as you still have the people that are engaged with each other and know each other, and you go to Publix and you run into your neighbors, you still have that hometown. You still have that small town feel.
Would you want to add something, Lori?
I don't know how to.
You have that with the neighbors meeting neighbors.
Yeah.
But I also want to reiterate, I think it does have something to do sometimes with buildings and developments, because a lot of the individuals or the people, like it transitions and it changes because the area changes so much, or diversifies or gentrifies or whatever you want to call it. Some places or some areas don't look the same anymore, and you don't get the community, the family feeling. Like, I know we approved a project that is like by Saratoga, maybe Saratoga 3, that have all one bedroom units. But that's not getting us community. We're not promoting or inviting families to come in a 1-bedroom unit. Like, we have to look at the type of city or the type of hometown feeling that we want to be. Because if we approve that, which we've already approved, look at the type of people that are going to come. It's not going to be families that are coming to invest here and to stay here long. I think from my vision, I want to be able to have people stay here like we've been here 30 years or 40 years or 15 years or whatever it is, to be able to make sure we're staying in these cities, not just, I'm going to come here for right now, a year, till I get my stuff together, then I'm going to move out somewhere else. I also want to have that balance to be able to provide home ownership and just an anchor for families to be able to pass something down from generation to generation.
Maybe adding as number 24, neighbors knowing and helping neighbors. That gets at the relation you're talking about.
Repeat that.
Neighbors knowing and helping neighbors. That relationship that you guys were just talking about.
So what number?
Number 24.
I thought that was on there somewhere.
There's a similar one.
There's similar ones, but that one was.
A lot of them are similar.
Give me the
So
8.
you have on here already community gatherings for neighbors, to meet neighbors. I you're repeating.
Give me the 8, and then I'll have you read off the numbers that best captures hometown feeling for you.
All of them.
Put a check or a circle. Give me, and then read off your numbers when you got them. You got them, fire away.
All right, I have 2, 7, 10, 12, 13, 17 and 18, and 21.
Got it.
You said it's 8?
8 that are most important for you. Because again, this will be a first draft. I go with the majority. And give me a thumbs up, Lauren, when you're ready with your numbers.
I'm sorry, could you repeat yours again for me, please?
I have 2, 7, 10, 12, 13, 17, 18, and 21.
Thank you.
What numbers am I supposed to be calling out?
The 8 that you feel are most important for number principal 1.
I don't have 24. I see the 15 of them.
24 was neighbors, knowing and helping neighbors.
Yes. I don't have that on my page. I don't have those same things.
It's a write-in, Commissioner Otto.
I agree. Just go forward.
What do you mean you agree? You have to say your 8.
8.
I have my 8.
Your 8 priorities for those 3 pages. You don't have to write number
I
20.
don't have the same pages though. Well, on my page it says top 15 priorities for 2021. You want me to name 8 of those I like?
We're in section 7, pages.
Go to
4,
page
5,
4.
and 6.
Go to page 4, 5, and 6 on section 7. Here,
All right. I see principles 1 and 2 are hometown feeling.
Yes.
That's what we were just reviewing.
Now, choose 8 of those as your priorities. We did write in an additional one on page 6 for number 24 that says, and you would have to write in neighbors, knowing, and helping neighbors. So within those 3 pages, choose your 8, and then you're going to tell loud the numbers that you chose.
So,
I have my
fire away, Lori.
1, 2, 7, 12, 14, 18, 23, and 24.
I lost you at 12.
Huh?
I lost you at 12.
14, 18, 23, and 24.
What are yours, Marco?
I'm not quite done yet.
What?
I'm not quite done yet.
I'm ready.
Joyce?
Here, I have my 8. Are you ready, Lyle?
I'm gonna have Joyce and then I'll call yours.
Okay.
3, 4, 10, 12.
Slow down. Slow down.
3, 4,
Slow down.
3, 4.
I'll give you the tally, so you don't need to.
Okay.
Go fire away.
10,
What after?
10.
10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18.
Got it. Lauren, you got yours?
Yes, she does.
Okay. 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 17, 18.
Slow down.
Ma'am,
7, 8,
no
9,
ma'am.
10.
7, 8, 9, 10.
And then on the next page,
12,
yep.
15,
Which
What?
one? What?
15.
15.
Yes.
15. Strong community events and festivals that bring residents together. What's wrong with 15?
15.
She said 15.
1, 5.
Yes.
Yes, keep going.
17 and 18.
Got it. Marco?
I only have 4 kids so far.
He's not ready yet.
I'm busy listening to everybody else.
I would like to have you do these individually and not write down others, because if you go last, you can.
Yeah, but that's
leave
not
the
fair.
road.
I'm looking at what they're
Oh,
picking,
no,
try to possibly work together as a team. And if I am separating my thoughts, I might work as a team more than picking my own individual
I'm interested in your individual, and I go with 3 votes, so.
Yeah, he.
My individual thoughts, I think every one of them are great ideas.
All right, which are the 8 most important?
I'm getting there.
Okay,
I'll be done. Give me 60 seconds, please.
Siri, set a timer for 60 seconds.
One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. One more. I gotta pick one more, okay?
okay.
Okay, I got mine.
What are they?
2, 7, 8, 12, 13, 15, 19, and 21.
Each give me one more, a 9th choice that you did not vote for last time. So one more.
15,
And then what is yours?
15.
15?
I'll take 18.
18, thank you. Lauren, you got yours?
16.
16?
Yes.
I'll say 15.
I like 20.
Your big winners here from the majority vote are number 2 is preferred place for families and individuals to live. Number 7, strong zoning and code enforcement to protect the community, neighborhood, and property values. Number 10, an inclusive community with diverse cultures and families of all kinds. Number 12, convenience. 13, top quality schools and education programs working in partnership with the city. 15, strong community events, festivals that bring neighbors together. And number 18 is community gathering places for neighbors to meet neighbors. So those are what's most important to the 5 of you. Go to the world-class beach on pages 7 and 8. What I heard in my interviews were dune systems restored and in place, pier with amenities, convenient access and parking for residents and tourists, quality sand with a wide beach, restaurant or restaurants plural to enjoy the beach, a variety of limited commercial activities and experiences. A natural beach unique in South Florida, our community jewel. Close access to the beach. A sense of place, a place to relax, and that should be escape from urban life. Small scale community events and festivals could be there. Marina with day docks and a safe beach with lifeguard service. Any other things you would add here?
I would add BSO or safety rangers to not just lifeguard service.
You want to add that to number 12 or you want to make it separate, Joyce?
We can add it to number 12, I think. Can I add video cameras too?
I like the video cameras idea. Video cameras.
And we're adding, what would you want to add?
Like security cameras?
Security cameras, surveillance cameras, in partnership with BSO.
I'd like video cameras like we have at the pier. I'd like to have
Video
cameras
cameras
for
for the
people to see the beach.
entire
Right.
beach.
Well, why don't you put it under safety? Do we
Put it
have a
under
safety?
safety, but
We'll add the cameras to number 12 then.
yeah.
Yeah.
Any other things you want to see at the beach? that
What,
we have-
what about like underwater cameras and like,
Let's add that as number 13. The underwater cameras, right?
Mhm.
But it's not just having them, but showcasing our beach
Yes.
and
Well,
waterways.
for marketing purposes.
Yeah.
right,
You know, put dash.
Like they have eagle cams in a lot of places, you can
Correct.
have underwater cams.
I mean, I think you could do a combination. I mean, we have one for the pier. It'd be nice to have one for the whole beach as well as one for underwater.
Just put enhanced security and camera system.
Well, I think they're two different functions. One is the
Yeah.
marketing
One is more
part.
marketing.
Oh, marketing.
This would be like if you could go on your website and see the live cams of it.
Yeah, it
It
will
could
be,
have its own site.
it will be really
Marketing your
awesome. And I don't think that this is, I don't know if this is doable or not, but to really have a camera where we're going to put those reefs, like, that would be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
To catch
Build it
divers.
right into it.
Yeah.
For the cameras, the sculptures and where the art's gonna go, it's a little far out,
I
because
know.
it's a mile.
Yeah.
And then the other issue is we were looking into cameras near the pier, where people cannot swim near the pier. So it would only capture the environment, the fish,
That's fine.
but I know you mentioned about people swimming by, but we have done a lot of the research for the cameras to go on the pier. And we did look into the sculptures, but again, a mile out, it would require a cable, an fiber optic cable, and that's gonna be a little bit
And
expensive.
again, I don't want to worry about how. We're out 15 years saying, what do we want to
Keep
see?
moving on. That's fine, but I do think to go back to what, our assistant city manager was saying, even if it just got, for fishermen, they could see, oh my gosh, there are a lot of fish here.
Yes.
Or the environment that is surrounding. We can see if there's a lot of trash in our ocean. We need to do a underwater cleanup or something like that. I just think that, your Dayton Beach, we need to really showcase.
And that would
different
make it
aspects of our
unique.
beach.
And again, today, I'm not, right now, don't worry about how to get there. This is saying what you want. So we'll add the underwater cameras for marketing our community and for public enjoyment.
One more.
Yes, Joyce. Number 14 is?
I would love to see the lifeguard towers use this art in public places like they do, that would market our lifeguard towers like they do in Miami Beach. That's what market the fact that we're Broward's first city. See it, live it, love it. You have to bring in the sea to it. So I really just would love to see one day that we have lifeguard towers in our, in our city logo colors and bright and beautiful and really bring and draw.
So it's
attention.
lifeguard towers, it's public art. Is that what I heard? Add that as number 14.
What, excuse me, can I get you to use the whole beach as a canvas for art?
Yes.
Yes, that would be awesome.
So the
Yes.
whole beach is a canvas for art, because that way we can work with a quarter deck, with FAU,
Yeah.
with the piers.
So I'll put both beach and lifeguard towers, so we cover both.
So what is the proper?
It's the lifeguard beach and lifeguard towers as a public art canvas.
Yeah, the whole thing could be.
Yeah, the whole beach is a-
Expanded, so that everything that we do is making it a part of art.
And it makes it unique too.
Yeah.
You go, wow, that's cool.
We're going to that beach.
Any others here? We've modified 12 to include the community, the surveillance cameras. 13 is the underwater cameras and 14 is the beach and lifeguard as public art camp.
I like to add one.
Sure.
Within my traveling, and I think I may have brought this up when Vice Mayor was on the commission before, but I would like to see more visionary type things as we see over in other countries. So in traveling and playing basketball and always going to the beaches there, you can literally go and just sit. I know it's a challenge with our lack of beach, but they have places that you can just sit and you have people come up and they will come and you would pay for where you're sitting at. And then you would have the restaurant come and give you a menu. And they had a section of the beach, not the entire beach, where you can have the alcoholic beverage or be served something, because they're bringing alcohol to our beaches, whether we like it or not. There's no way to enforce that. I see beer cans. I see people bring the coolers with them. They don't even care that we're there. You can have on your shirt and they'll just drink it right next to you and have a whole conversation. So why not capitalize off of that?
I agree.
Why not be a place that where you can just go and sit down? They will literally bring you the table. You order food, they'll come bring you the table.
And there's a good model.
You like that idea, didn't you, Mayor?
Oh,
You like that idea, didn't you?
I mean, I loved going to the beach because you didn't have to worry about packing so
That's
many
what I
things.
say,
You
man.
had everything at
Full
your
service.
Ocean City, Maryland, that's exactly, Tamara, what you're talking.
It's some of
And
our
you've
cities
got
that
it, all you need is an iPhone, and you can order from 3 different places and different types of.
Correct.
And they bring it to
Correct.
you.
Including
You know,
pay
you
for
can
it.
sit there and
Yeah,
relax.
baby.
So delivery service for
Service on the beach.
I know that we approached the quarter deck and they kind of said that they didn't have the capacity in their kitchen to be able to accommodate something like that. But if we're going to redo the beach, if we're
This
going
is,
to
and
add
this is
things,
important, then it ought to be incorporated
needs
in
to
that
be
redo,
incorporated.
that type of service could be provided.
because you have to go with it, what Sunny Algie said. I mean, where else are you gonna find that? If you could just go sit on the beach and somebody's gonna come and cater to you. And they have the whole credit card reader thing that's important and really became popular here. You don't have to worry about somebody gonna take your credit card and run off. They do the transaction right there in front of you. I just think that,
In Naples, they do that too, where you
Where?
just do it in Naples. You can just order it from the menu on the phone, and they just bring it. It's similar to a quarter deck at the beach in proximity, and a waiter will just come down and bring it to you. There's never a transaction, because everything is done through the app.
yeah, because technology.
Add that as number 15, is that basically full service on the beach.
Lyle, let me tell you, we can even include that in our RFP.
That is correct. If that's part of this vision,
Yeah.
then it ought to be in your
More
RFP.
restaurants and operators will be more interested. So that's good that you have that.
Yeah, I mean, we brought it up, but it didn't pass the last time at the commission, but I
Let's see what it
understand
does today. Because
Because
it
if
can be
you're gonna
given
make it a
guidance to
destination location,
the
I want
RFP
to be
too.
served on my
Any
beach.
others that
You wanna
you
pay
would
them?
add?
Yeah, all of them.
Lauren, any others you would add on the world-class beach?
No,
Lyle, so did they want just food and beverage service or like
Full
umbrellas?
service.
Full service.
I said full
Cool.
service.
Okay, full service.
Cabanas, chairs, umbrellas.
That is correct.
Yeah. And if you could get that other part of it.
I had full service here,
Okay, awesome.
including food and drink.
Full service.
If you want to just go there right now.
Any others? I've got 15 here, right?
Yeah.
Give me the 7 here that are most important for you.
Oh, my
It's a
goodness.
good 7 in there. No pressure.
And Lauren, give me a thumbs up when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Fire away.
15, 14, 13,
15, 14, 13.
10, 5, 3, 2.
10, and then what?
10, 5, 3, 2.
10, 5, 3, 2.
3, 2. Got it. That's 7.
I have 8, sorry.
My hand only goes to 7 though, Tamara.
Huh?
It cramps up at 8.
Oh, gotta take one off.
Hold it in advance in case I need a tiebreaker. So give me 7 to start with, and then circle the one that you would say is your is your number 8. That's fair. We're doing 7.
I'm sorry.
Marco, that's okay, out of the 15. Did you get 15, that full service at the
You
beach?
want me to pick 7 out of here?
Yep.
Okay,
Tamara, you ready?
Yep.
Fire away.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 13, and 15.
Got it.
I'm sorry, me stepping out for a minute. I don't have 13, 14, or 15 down.
13 is the underwater cameras, Marco. And that would be used for both marketing and for public enjoyment. 2 is the beach.
Where are those being located?
They're on page 8.
Now, where are they located, the cameras that they're?
We haven't decided that.
Haven't decided.
These are just,
All the underwater
These are
cameras.
where- we're not worrying about how, we're just looking at.
Okay, go ahead.
Number 15 is the beach and light towers as a public art canvas, that they're unique and attractive and pieces of art.
What was 14?
14 is beach and lifeguard towers as public art.
I thought that was 15.
15 is beach with full service.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. You want
Show up there, you can get what you want.
And how many you want? 8?
7.
Hey, listen, I had to go to the bathroom, okay? Sorry.
Fire away, Lori.
1, 2, 3, 5, 13, 14, 15.
Fire away, Joyce. Marco, he's ready to go.
I'm ready to go, but I had something, I just want,
Be straight.
there was some at one point in time, the wires, there was talk about having the wires grounded so that they are not crossing the entire.
We're still in the
Is that
process of that.
still something that is being worked on, not being worked on?
I thought it was still being worked on. City manager, can you repeat that? Burying the FPNL wires. That was something that we have been working on with FPNL for a while on the beach. We had a whole plan for it. I don't know, I don't know where it is in the process, but
That hasn't stopped in regards to working with them and incorporating that in the RFP and in the development. So that would definitely enhance.
well, that's something that FPNL has to do though. It has nothing to do with like the developer. FPNL is supposed to bury the line. I'm not sure where we are in it, but that was something that was in the process. I know Colin knows.
I was gonna say, let's circle back with
No,
Colin.
I know that it's done in phases, and first, because there's other wires out there that are not just FPL. So I know that in order to start, we needed one of the big companies to remove theirs, and that they were gonna be trimmed, that the wood, the poles were gonna be cut in order to have light, but that is still in the process, and it's gonna be, we have to speed it up because of the whole Army Corps of Engineer later at the end of this year, they're gonna have to go through there and open everything up. So definitely, I'll be able to provide the manager a follow-up, where we at now, and what's the next step.
I needed to.
You have yours now? Or
Yes,
Marco?
thank you.
I'm ready to.
All right, so I'm gonna do 3, 5,
3, 5,
7,
7,
10, 12, 14, 15. So I think you could.
You got yours, Marco?
I'm ready.
Fire away.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 13 and 15.
This is clear. Your vision for the future is, it is very clear. And I think we can combine, you'll see this combined a little bit. It's 1, 2, 3, 5. So it's the dunes, it's the pier, it's the convenient access and parking, it's the quality restaurants. And 4 is close, and I think we can combine that into number 1. So it's the beach and dunes together. And then the underwater cameras, 13, the beach and lifeguard towers as art canvas, 14, and with all 5 of you, beach with full service. So that ought to be built into any RFP out there.
I have a question.
Fire away.
You know, one of the concerns that I have here, and I know I probably have asked this question multiple times, never get a straight answer, and this probably is gonna go to Anna to work with us on this. And maybe the commission already knows, so I know Tamara was involved, and Lori was involved, whenever the mayor's prior to mine, when we started back before. Our beach erosion, when we start talking about our dune restore and our quality of sand to make a wider beach, every time we put sand on the beach, within a month, we have a nor'easter and it goes away. Is there anything that the state is going to be able, or the government's going to be able to do to provide us some type of a resource? Do they make a resource? Is there anything they do to keep that from resending the beach back? Because I know we can't suck any more holes out there. We have to keep shipping stuff in, but as soon as we put it in, it seems like it's gone.
Actually, there's two projects coming, one in the spring and one in the fall, with greater impact, working with the Army Corps of Engineers. Candido, can we send the
That's
latest?
actually.
Is it about the
coming under
digging?
The plan section in section 10.
Okay.
So we'll
It-
actually have that as those projects are in.
We'll send you the details of both projects.
Okay, yeah, because I'm fine, and I won't drag that much longer. I just wanted to say that I do remember us talking about, there was supposed to be some kind of a.
It's supposed to be a project. Yes.
Yes.
Sand out.
Correct.
And then
They're in
report,
here.
report of Points America stopped and everything else.
Yes,
Those are both in the 5-year, 1-year plan.
Okay.
correct.
I'll wait till we get to number 10, but I just wanted to bring it up. I noticed that we all voted for it. It would be nice to make sure we don't constantly put.
And again,
So,
this is a working document.
okay,
And so I think by modifying is to have a quality, wide, sandy beach with dune systems restored and in place is really what you're talking about when you combine those.
you know, it's
Does
so,
that make sense?
yeah, it is. But you know what's so funny is when I grew up, and I know, I have pictures of me as a little kid, you know, on the beach. The beach was 100 yards wide. I just can't imagine what happened to it after all these years. Where'd it go?
What happened was they built the jetty,
The jetty keeps the natural flow from moving down, right?
correct?
Okay.
Yep.
That's been the problem.
If you go to Virginia Beach, there's a place called Sandbridge. It didn't exist in the 40s. It existed in the 70s, and now it's going away. And you've got multi-million-dollar homes. Does the city protect it or let it go back to its natural state? That's a policy issue for them. So moving sand is a big issue on the East Coast, for every coastal, from Hilton Head on that I work with.
And every city wants to have the best beach. And so you end up having these competing interests. And so, you know, they built the jetty up, you know, out there to help Fort Lauderdale's beach, but it messed with everything south. So, you know, I mean, it's just part of it,
And
unfortunately.
then you get into challenges, the quality of the sand, the type of sand.
Yep.
As well as who pays for it, which can be very in this cycle.
All right.
Let's go to unique beauty. Many of you brought that up even a few minutes ago this morning. What does this mean on pages 9 and 10? Public art throughout the community and in public spaces. Attractive streetscapes along major corridors, and I put including the coconut trees along US 1. 3 is attractive signage, distinctive entrance signs that are really well maintained. Well-designed, well-maintained landscaping, both public and private. Well-designed, well-maintained city infrastructure and facilities. So we said if we're not taking care of our places, how can we expect others to be attractive? Older buildings and meeting city property maintenance code should be. Public green spaces throughout the community. Tree canopy with attractive landscaping. Clean, no trash or litter, including along the railroad tracks. Attractive and public and community gathering places that are personally inviting for our residents. And a live arts district. Murals in specific areas of our city. The Thousand Mermaids venue. Place? No. No, this isn't new.
It's pretty much a done deal with that.
This is 15 years. Is it done?
It's already been approved. It's in the
Yeah,
process.
but you want to see it in 15 years?
Why would?
Like
we-
what she's saying, they want an opportunity to make sure that things that are already not approved are in the pipeline.
But this is not looking, this is saying the outcomes you want to see. Don't just take for granted that it's going to be there in 15 years. And we're not looking at actions yet. That's a very clear question. So making sure that it's maintained during that 15 years and is really viable.
Can we amend 11 to be arts and theater district, or does that have to be a separate thing?
The theater is coming up under a different principle.
Okay.
Number 15 that was brought up was clean streets. You talked about street cleaning, I believe, Marco, this morning, right?
Yeah, I thought I saw that here, though.
14, I mean, is street cleaning.
Well, isn't that pretty much clean community type of
You
thing?
want me including street cleaning, to include that in 9?
Which two?
No, the one that you said about clean streets and clean
Because you
community
talked
would be
about
the same
street
thing.
cleaning. You wanted to include it as part of number 9 or
Yeah.
separate?
Same.
Pardon me?
Same is fine. I think when we're gonna keep it clean, we're gonna keep it clean.
Including street cleaning. Sure.
Sorry. A lot of times we run into issues because different agencies are responsible for the certain sections of the streets. Like maybe FDOT with certain ones, or the FEC with the railroad. Is there any way that we can kind of combine, like, either taking it over or signing some type of agreement, or enforcing and making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do? Because we complain all the time and the staff ends up sending our public services out, but there's no, FDOT just doesn't do the job. So I don't know how to include that in there.
I would just put it here, and I just noted it as make sure it's an action coming up.
Our city manager should be able to contact FDOT, and like you just said, and the railroad, that if they don't want to keep it clean, that we're gonna send them a bill for it.
Holding all agencies in our
Right.
city accountable for their responsibilities.
So clean streets / accountability?
Yes.
And in all jurisdictions is what I put as well.
We do that on houses that need to be built and stuff.
And also partnerships. I mean, you can develop partnerships with the county and the FDOT and whatnot. Like you have agreements all the time. Like we maintain certain places even though it's owned by somebody else.
We haven't, they just not doing their part.
No, but the thing is that if we are the responsibility of, like, Griffin Road, for example, is one, that's a big one. It's in our city, that's true, but if we're maintaining it and we have an agreement with the state or whomever, the county, whoever it is, we're doing certain things, and then they just fund us for it or something. I mean,
Well, that's what we're saying, either they're gonna do it or we can do it, but they have to pay us to do it.
Right, but
Today,
I'm
we're
saying,
gonna
putting together an
This is
agreement.
what you want, then we'll get into how to make that happen.
Right.
But I've got street cleaning added to number 9, with accountability, as you talked about. And that includes all jurisdictions that have responsibility for streets. Any others that you would add here?
District, and this is
Yeah,
our
111.
What do you want to do on, let's do take them one at a time.
Well,
One-
combine them. Can you combine them? 111 and 12 should be one item.
What is the item?
Public arts throughout the community that ties into an alive arts district and murals. I don't wasted all of my stuff.
You just reduce the number you're gonna choose.
How many are we picking from this one?
So we will combine 11 and 12 with 1.
Correct. So we'll take those off. So there is no 11 and 12.
Okay, any others, additions or changes? Give me 6. that are most important for you?
6?
6.
Come on, you just combined 3.
You said 7.
That is right.
I love it, I love it. They want more. I love it.
Okay, never mind, because we don't have 14 anymore, right? That came.
We only got 11 right now on my list.
Oh, okay, I'm done. Want me to go?
Yep.
All right. 1, 3, 4, 9, 10, 13, which is the new 11.
Yep.
Okay, I have mine.
Fire away, Lauren.
13, 11.
Wait, we don't have an
11
11.
was combined with 1.
Okay, so 13, 1, 7, 5, 4.
I have a 12. 12 was combined with 1.
Okay, and 2.
Okay.
I didn't hear.
I didn't hear it all.
I didn't hear all of
You
either.
got 1 more.
All right, am I, did I say 9 yet?
No.
Okay, 9.
Okay.
Which one?
9.
9?
9.
We didn't get her 6.
What?
The 6, we didn't get her 6.
I cannot hear.
Could you
I got it.
repeat it again?
Yeah, have her repeat the.
Don't worry about others. Just worry about your own.
Yeah, just. Did you repeat
That's right, worry about your own.
Yes, that is right. We got yours.
Can she repeat her 6? Look at your own face.
Eyes on your own face.
I just like to see where everyone.
Ready, Joyce?
Yeah.
Fire
No,
away.
I think you can combine 4 and 8, but okay. Number 1, 3.
1,
1, 3.
3,
4.
4,
7.
7,
9.
9, and 13.
Ready?
Lauren?
Me?
Lori?
I was like, which? 1, 2,
1,
2,
2,
5,
5,
7,
7,
9,
9,
13.
13. Okay, let me repeat them and then you can do whatever you want. Got yours, Marco?
I've got 1 left on.
Okay.
Here on, so. You know, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Number 2 and 4, don't they kind of work together?
2 and 4 are a little different because this would be necessarily off as the main or your corridors, and it would include private buildings as well as public buildings and infrastructure. The landscaping around those.
Bouncing back and forth, okay. Well, I can tell you that, number 1,
1,
I need to skip that 2 and 4 for a second. Sure you. Number 9,
9,
number 10,
10.
number 13.
What was the last one?
13.
13,
How many got left?
2,
How many? 2?
2.
2.
kill me on this. All right, I got the one I'm splitting back and forth. I'm gonna go at 2,
2,
and I guess I'll go ahead and go with 5.
5.
And I wanted to go a different way, but
All right, I need a tiebreaker, folks, between 3 and 5. Give me one of those, 3 or 5. Which is most important?
I'll take 3.
3, I heard.
I like 5.
I had a 5.
5.
3.
No, I said 5.
Agnes said 5.
Who said that?
Lauren said 5.
Lauren said 5.
What's well designed?
So Marco?
Marco?
I'm already on
Who's the
5.
tiebreaker?
I didn't have 5 before.
You did.
No,
3
you
and
have-
5, you're just choosing between
Okay, well,
those.
I had 5 circled, so it must have been one of my choices before I looked the other way, so
I guess it's
I'll go 5.
5. The big winners here are 1, the public art, but includes an alive arts district and murals. Number 2, the attractive streetscapes along the major corridors. Number 4, the attractive landscaping, both public and private. 5 is the well-designed, well-maintained city infrastructure. Number 7 is public green spaces throughout the community. Clean community that would include street sweeping with accountability for all jurisdictions. And number 13, those are the key ones here. Going to the next principle, which is this personal safety.
Can we choose 10?
What?
Can we choose all of them?
I did miss number 10. I was gonna say-
We're gonna focus on the ones that are most
One more, I
important.
would have done 10.
This means low crime rate, neighbors feeling safe and secure, visible police presence throughout the community, timely response to emergency calls for service, active community policing, police know and collaborating with the community, safe homes and buildings, protection from outside criminal influences.
Expand on that, please.
Outside folks coming to your community to commit criminal activity. And that could take a variety of forms, from everything from license plate readers to community cameras to visible patrol. So the number of things to protect. Resident sharing responsibility for creating a safe community. Effective use of technology to prevent and to respond to criminal activity. You all talked about potential drones, community cameras, license plate readers, speed trailers. Community's reputation as tough on crime. Sheriff deputies knowing the community and residents. New public safety facility for law enforcement and fire. Safe sidewalks that are well-designed and well-maintained. Safe waterways throughout our community. Adequate staffing for law enforcement and fire. New developments designed for safety. Adequate lighting throughout the community. And deputies out of their cars, building relationships with our businesses and our residents.
11 and
You're right, Mayor.
18.
They should all be there.
11 and 18, and in fact, what's the other
What?
one? 5, 11, and 18 are kind of the same.
11 and 18,
5, 11, and
5, 11, and 18 are all kind of
which
the same
one's
thing.
best?
Yeah, this is tough.
I mean, definitely 18 and 5 are the same.
So let's put them all.
So we ought to include 18 in 1, or in 5, right?
5.
Yeah,
And you want to include 11 and 5 as well?
yeah.
Okay,
So we don't have an 18 and we don't have a 5. Right. We now have,
5.
no, we don't have, which one?
11 and
5,
18 have gone away, and they're going to be incorporated in 5.
Got it.
How many did we pick this time?
Any other changes or additions? Any others? Give me the 8 that are most important for you.
I have my 8.
Fire away.
1,
1,
2,
2,
4,
4.
6, 7,
Is it 6 and then 7?
6, 7, 8,
8,
yes, 13,
13,
17.
and 17. Thank you.
Those are 7?
What?
8.
8.
What was 6 in there?
Yeah, she said 6.
Okay, I didn't hear the 6. That's what I was.
I'm ready.
Fire away, Cameron.
1,
1,
2,
2,
4,
4, 5, 6, 7,
13,
13,
and 17.
and 17.
Ready.
Fire away, Joyce.
1,
1,
2,
2,
5,
5, 6,
9,
9,
15,
15,
17.
and 17.
All right, I have my 8.
Fire away.
Uh, 1,
1,
3,
3,
4,
4,
5,
5,
8,
8,
9,
9,
15,
15,
17.
17.
All right, Vice Mayor.
I'm trying.
You make this fun.
Three, 4, 5. How many I gotta have? 8?
8.
I have a question. Oh, never mind. I guess that would be brought up, but the new public safety
Facility.
facility. I thought that was already under the works too.
It died with the city center project.
What that works. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, I'm gonna give you my best here.
All right, fire away.
1,
1,
2,
2,
4,
4,
6,
6,
8,
8,
9,
9,
15,
15,
and 17.
17. The big winners here are 1, low crime rate. 2, neighbors feeling safe and secure. 4, timely response to emergency calls. 5, active community policing program that includes Deputies knowing the community and residents and out of their cars building relationships. Number 6, safe homes and buildings. 8, residents sharing responsibility for creating a safe community. 9, effective use of technology to prevent and respond to criminal activity. Number 15 is adequate staffing for law enforcement and fire. And number 17 is adequate lighting throughout the community. So that is your focus for safety. Ready to move on?
Yes, sir.
These are your vibrant centers, activity centers that create a sense of place. And there's several up there that you've talked to me about. And that would be places that could be downtown, could be Virginia Point, it could be others, but they're activity centers, multiple ones. Community place for events, festivals, and to just hang out. Range of entertainment businesses with a variety of activities. Small scale retail businesses serving the needs of the community as well as the adjacent communities. Residents going to activity centers rather than other destinations in the county. That is staying home here to shop and to experience. That these ought to be attractive, well-landscaped, and well-maintained activity centers. They ought to be walkable and pedestrian-friendly. All family generations feeling welcome. Convenient access and parking. Many of you talked about the opportunities for expanded, attractive outdoor dining experiences, as well as entertainment experiences. A revitalized downtown with small shops and dining. Art center with visual and performing arts. And that, Lauren, would include your theater concept here. Public gathering play areas for residents, centers linked by trolley or people mover. So you wouldn't have to use your car.
Is 13 and 16 essentially the same though?
Very similar.
Which is better, 16?
16 is better.
16.
Move 13 down there.
Well, combine 13 with 16.
Yeah.
That these become destinations for guests and tourists, and a vibrant casino area with live entertainment venues and a resort hotel.
How many are you giving us?
Do we need to add any?
No, how many can we?
I would like a culture center.
A cultural center?
I mean, maybe that can go into the art center. It needs to be arts and also cultural.
All right, why don't we, you okay with that in cultural to number 11?
Yes.
Done? And the point on those, it ought to be not only visual art, but performing and live art.
Yes, absolutely.
Performing arts, both.
Correct.
Any others we need to add here? Lauren, any others for you?
No.
Give me the 8 out of the 15 that are remaining. And vote for 16, don't vote for 13.
I thought we
I'm
combined them.
finished. You wanna hear mine?
Yeah, we've combined those in 16, its wording is better than 13. Yep, I'm ready.
I have 3,
3,
5,
5,
6,
what, 8,
6,
6,
9,
9,
10,
10,
11,
11,
14,
14,
and 16.
and 16. Got it.
I have mine.
Yep.
1,
7, what?
1,
Can you all understand what
We
you're saying?
didn't hear you.
1,
1,
1,
Got it?
2,
2,
6,
6,
6,
7,
7,
8,
8,
9,
9,
10,
10,
11,
11,
16.
16. Thank you. Yeah, I'm hearing something coming there and here.
It's an echo.
I hear over there first.
How many are we choosing? I'm sorry.
8.
Does anybody have any Advil, Motrin, Tylenol,
I
wine?
might have it in my truck. after.
Wine.
Something. No, I just, I have a headache. No, no. So do you need caffeine? Thank you, no. No prescription drugs, my time.
That's Walgreens.
OTP, OTC, sorry.
7 or 8, what are we picking?
8.
No.
I'm ready.
Fire away, Marco.
2, 3,
2, 3,
7, 8, 7, 9, 10.
7, 9, 10,
16.
16.
Or was it 18 rather, I meant to be. It's 18 because you changed it, right?
We don't have an 18.
I mean, I'm sorry, 16. I'm sorry, I got written down.
We
Sorry,
added
six-
13 into
Yeah,
16.
16, 15.
15.
How many is that? I got confused. I took the numbers down.
Yeah,
twice.
one more.
I was afraid of that. Well, you know what? I'm gonna do something crazy here. I'm gonna try to, something, we probably need to work on a little bit around our on-site city. Maybe some convenient access to parking. I'll go number 8.
Number 8.
Because the only thing we have is a parking garage and on-street parking. We need to work on on-street parking. Oh my God.
I'm ready.
Fire away, Joyce.
1,
1,
3,
3,
5,
5,
7,
7,
9,
9,
10,
10,
11,
11,
16.
16.
I'm almost there, not yet.
You want me to do a check? Just see if I got anything?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Fire away.
3,
3,
6,
6,
8,
8,
9,
9,
10,
10,
11,
11,
14,
14,
16.
16. Boy, your vision is getting very clear because most of them are getting 4 or 5 out of it. So it's not, they are, for this, the vibrant centers are 3, which is the. What? 3 is a small scale retail, probably put, that would include restaurants as well, right? And 6, walkable and pedestrian friendly. 7, all family generations feeling welcome. 8 is convenient access and parking. 9 is outdoor dining. 10 is a revitalized downtown with small shops and outdoor dining. Number 11 is arts and cultural center with visual and performing arts. And 16, the alternative to move through either a trolley or a people mover. That make sense?
Yep.
And those are really stand out. Going Going to great neighborhoods. A number of you talked about
You
them.
wanna wait a second, so the vice mayor gets back to his truck for a second?
Okay. Take a 2-minute break or what?
30 more seconds. Come in.
Are you timing it?
Well, no, I saw him walking in.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Be on camera. What's wrong with camera except in film? Yeah, that's not what they're gonna say.
Huh?
That's not what they're gonna say. Thank you.
Keep going. We're on page 15, great neighborhoods. Choice of quality housing. A little redundant there. Quality housing choices for families and individuals. 2 is high percentage of single-family homeownership. Sense of neighborhood integrity and pride. Stable and increasing single-family home values. 15 years access to green spaces. Older, smaller homes, modernized, upgraded, or replaced. Well-designed, well-maintained yards and landscaping. Well-maintained neighborhood infrastructure, and that's streets and sidewalks. Quiet neighborhoods. Neighbors knowing and helping neighbors. Homes and buildings complying with city codes. Convenient mobility within Dania Beach with a choice of mobility options. Convenient access to Broward County and South Florida destinations. Several of you talked about your location as an asset. You can go north or south. Neighborhoods, revitalize neighborhoods without gentrification. Low-income housing options for residents. Community connected through a trolley system and people mover. That could be linked with 12.
Yeah.
You okay with that? Linking those two?
Which
Those
one
are
we
2
getting rid
separate
of?
comments.
Which one are we
We'll
cutting
keep
out?
12 and 16 will be incorporated. 17 is residents involved in contributing to their neighborhoods, including HOAs.
12 and 16 are combined?
Yes, to 12.
Which way are you gonna make it,
Tamara?
12 or
To
16?
12, so we're
Change
getting
it
rid
to
of
12, get
16,
rid of 16.
So scratch 16 and we incorporate that into 12.
and we get 8.
But we have to decide yet.
Oh.
Darren, do you have one to add or change?
Yeah, the choice of quality housing
Yep.
for families and individuals. Can we make sure that that includes a variety? I want to make sure that the variety also is quality.
Variety of type, right?
Excuse me?
Variety of type of house. Variety.
Yes.
Okay. Added the variety to number 1.
Maybe you can scratch the second choices and put variety. Choice of quality housing varieties for families and individuals.
With word.
All right.
Must have read what I wrote.
Oh,
How many are we picking?
Any others you would add or change here? 8.
ready?
Yep.
1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
8,
8,
10.
10,
11,
11,
14,
14,
and 15.
and 15. Joyce,
Oh, I'm ready to.
fire away.
I was calling Ralph, but it's okay, I'm ready. 1,
1,
3,
3,
7,
7, 10,
10, 12,
12,
13, 14, 15.
13, 14, and 15. Go ahead, Lori.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, 1,
1,
4,
4,
5,
5,
8,
8,
10,
10,
12,
12,
14,
14,
17.
and 17.
I'm pretty much ready.
Fire away, Marco.
1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
7,
7,
8,
7, 8,
10,
10,
11, and 14.
11, and 14. Lauren, you got yours?
Yes. 13,
Did you hear it?
Can't hear it all.
13,
No, we can't hear you.
13,
13,
12,
What?
12,
12,
9,
9,
6,
what was that one? 6,
6,
6,
5,
5,
4,
4,
3.
3, I need a tiebreaker. You write down the following numbers on your page there. That is for 2, 4, 5, 7, 11, 13, and 15. No, you're gonna get more than one. Give me the 3 out, so it's 2, 4, 5, 7, 11, 13, and 15. Out of those, give me the 3 most important for you. These all tied. This first time we've had that.
What?
The ones that have already made it, if you want to know what they are, because they could influence your choices. The ones that got a clear majority are 1, the variety and quality of housing choices. 3, sense of neighborhood integrity and pride. Number 8, neighborhood infrastructure. 10 is neighbors knowing neighbors. And 14, revitalize neighborhoods without gentrification. Those 6 all made it. I'm looking for give me 3 out of the 7 that remain.
I thought number 2 had 3 votes.
No, it only had 2.
I know Tamara and I were there. I thought Lauren had said 2.
Lyle, can you say one more time what the tiebreakers are?
Yes, number 2, number 4, number 5, number 7, number 11, number 13, and 15. And give me the 3 out of those. 2?
Yes. I also have number 15.
15 and 11. Got it. Thank you.
4, yes, 4, 7,
7,
11.
and 11.
All right,
Lori?
4,
4,
5, yes, 5,
5,
and 11.
and 11.
Okay, I'll give you mine.
Part of the Marco.
2, 4, and 11.
2, 4, and 11.
I think 11's got it.
All right. 4, 7, and 15.
4, 7, and 15. Okay, thank you. Add number 4, stable and increasing single-family home values. And number 11, buildings and homes complying with codes. The ones that you already had identified are 1, 3, 8, 10, and 14. Go to the thriving business community and local economy. 1, these, again, there's up there on page 17 and 18. Home headquarters for major corporation in 58 years. That could be corporation or corporations. Class A offices, fully occupied in office buildings and mixed-use developments. Strong retail in mixed-use developments and activity centers. This one is what you talked about. You're a destination for tourists. And there are a lot of elements, and that would be having an attraction and an active marketing program for the city. And that's for international guests here as well. And that there's multiple reasons to come here, but you're a destination. 5 is a variety of types of business activities. 6 is entertainment and experience-based businesses for residents and our guests to enjoy. Ability for residents to work near home, more personal and family time for your residents. Workforce prepared for 21st century jobs. You all talked about job development. That's working to make sure those job opportunities are there, but also that your residents are trained. Strong marine-related businesses with quality job opportunities. A successful casino with major entertainment value contributing to your community. Number 11, major hotel and restaurants and conference facilities. Innovation center for entrepreneurs spinning off new businesses here. South Florida destination for technology businesses. Aircraft maintenance businesses serving the airport. The airport naming would be included as part of that destination earlier. Regional offices for financial services. Specialty lights manufacturing. Example that was given to me was pacemakers. Pharmaceutical and life screening businesses. And number 18 could be folded into number 9. You okay with that? There were 2 individual comments, so 18 will be combined with 9. Reputation as a business-friendly city government, both in terms of our regulations and processes. What other things do we need to add or change here? Joyce?
I would add a thriving chamber of commerce for networking with businesses.
What'd you say, a successful chamber of
Yeah,
commerce for
a
networking?
thriving chamber of commerce.
Add that as number 20. Successful chamber of commerce is what I heard, encouraging the networking of our businesses. Is that right, Joyce?
That's correct.
Does that include small businesses?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Wow.
Yes,
Can we make sure that it includes small businesses?
sure. Yeah, most of the cities I work with, the small businesses really become the heart of that chamber.
Yeah, so important.
That's where the workforce comes. Folks that roll up their sleeves and do a lot of that work. So we added that as number 20, right? That's a good. Any other? The 20th successful chamber of commerce that facilitates networking of businesses, including small businesses. Any others you would add or change? Because of the number here, I'm going to give you 9.
I'm ready.
You ready to go, Marco?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're ready. Fire away.
1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
4,
4,
7,
7,
9 or 18,
9,
10,
18, 10,
19,
19,
and 20.
okay? Fire away. 1,
Sorry, 1. Then I have 3 through 8.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Then I have 12 and
12.
20.
and 20. Lauren? Lauren, you ready?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me? What about now?
Good.
Yeah, okay. 3,
3,
4,
4,
5,
5,
6,
6,
8,
8,
9,
9,
12,
12.
13, and 20.
What was before 20?
13.
13.
Okay, I'm ready.
Joyce?
1,
1,
3,
3,
4,
4,
6,
6,
8,
8,
10,
10,
12,
12,
13,
13,
20.
and 20.
How many? We get 9?
9.
Okay. 1,
1,
3,
3,
4,
4,
8,
8,
9,
9,
11,
11,
13,
13,
19,
19,
20.
20. This is real clear. What you want for your strong local economy is, in 15 years, home headquarters for major corporations, 1. 3, strong retail economy. 4 is a destination, both for national and international tourists, that is marketing, that includes the airport, includes an attraction. 6 is entertainment and experience-based businesses. Number 8, the workforce developed for those job opportunities. 9, strong marine industry. 12 is an innovation center spinning off local new businesses. 13 is a destination for technology. And 20, a strong relationship and successful Chamber of Commerce networking with businesses, particularly small businesses.
Did you say 12?
Yeah.
Yes,
12, 13, 20.
12, 13, and 20.
I must have missed something on 12. Okay.
Comments there?
I only had 2 people on that, but I could have missed it.
Going to 8. Parks and leisure opportunities for all. And after this one, we'll take a break.
Thank you.
Add something for our parks, something that relates to, we want to have chess in the parks. We want to have STEM opportunities in the parks, not just sports.
What would you change here, Lauren?
I guess STEM opportunities for parks and recreation programs. Not everyone wants to do sports. They want to do debate. They want to do chess. They want to do.
Isn't that included in number 4, diverse recreational programming?
We've had specific requests specific to STEM activities. I mean, we've talked about this before.
Not just STEM though. I mean, there's other types of.
I said debate, theater, chess, art. Like they wanted more programs beyond just sports. So I don't know how to word that.
All right. If it's not captured in diverse recreation programs, let's add it as number 15. STEM recreation programs.
Could we include in that though, not just STEM, but other types of learning opportunities? Educational learning opportunities.
That can go until 11? Like, we have specialty recreational programs.
I tried both of those. So she wants it listed separate, so we'll list it as 15. STEM and other educational recreation programs. Does that capture yours, Lori?
Yes.
That is number 15. So they are potential here are well-designed, well-maintained parks with a variety of venues and amenities. Number 2 is first-class multi-use indoor facility for use by the community and our residents. Number 3 is recreation and leisure opportunities for all generations. 4 is diverse recreation. Leisure needs. 5 is family-friendly community events and festivals. Number 6 is strong partnerships for sports. 7 is youth sports for recreation and travel. Senior services and activities responsive to various age seniors. And there is a real difference between those over 80 and those that are the baby boomers. The baby boomers are saying, I screwed up my life, now I want to get healthy. They have very different outlets. 9 is programs and activities that support personal health and wellness. 10 is learning opportunities for personal growth and development. 11 is specialty programs and classes responsive to your needs. Linear parks along your corridors, and several of you talked about those as really opportunities. Wave component for city parks.
What does that mean?
Explain it to me, because that's what
I think I might know what that was.
What?
Project goes in, there was a space there on between buildings that would happen, they have to square account, they wanted to put a park in there. Is that anything to do with it?
No, they said that that would be their part. I don't know why that would
Okay.
be.
I didn't know, I mean, when you said wait, I just kind of came to me at that. Scratch 13?
Scratch 13, 14 is already included under another one. Recreational programs.
Sort of in there that has us working with the local schools.
Sure. You want to add that as 15?
Local schools for like, or other programs that maybe the schools aren't teaching, that maybe we can have something done in our, we were just talking about resume writing and things like that. That's stuff that like isn't being taught.
So I'm putting partnership with schools for recreation and educational programs. Does that capture, Lori?
I think so.
What
Yes.
number is that going to be?
Number 16. And number 17, I would suggest capturing one that a couple of you brought up, is a theater with performing arts. Would be that real theater. Any others we need to add? Here that are most important for you as it relates to leisure opportunities. Fire away.
1, 2, 3,
1, 2, 3,
5, 6, 7, 8.
5, 6, 7, and 8,
16.
and 16.
How many was it, Lyle?
Pardon me?
It was 8 of them?
8.
8.
Okay, I have my 8. 1, 2,
1, 2,
4, 5,
4, 5,
9, 10,
9, 10,
11, 15.
11, and 15. Thank you. Is that a moan I heard over there? Or gotta have fun while we do
I
these things.
do.
You got yours, Joyce?
I gotta take one off.
I have mine.
Fire away, Lori.
1, 2,
1, 2,
3,
3,
5,
5,
7,
7, 9,
10,
10,
16.
and 16, right?
Yep.
All right,
Yes, Joyce.
all right. 1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
5,
5,
8,
8,
15, 16, 17.
15, 16, and 17. Give me one more, please. Give me a 9th choice. There's only 4 came out that time, so give me a 9th choice.
What was that about?
Give me a 9th
Like
choice.
create-
Cameron hasn't done hers yet.
For all of us?
Everybody gets one more choice.
Cameron didn't finish yet.
Cameron, did I not get yours?
I didn't get any of them.
All right, so
Waiting on me? All right.
then you don't
You
get
got how
a
many? 9?
8.
8.
Because I didn't have hers. I needed
I have 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3,
6, obviously.
6,
6 and 7 can't go together?
7.
That, well, I guess. But
Partnership
They don't go together? I mean,
partnership
I think
is different from,
the youth thing and that's recreation and travel.
Okay. That's 6. 15 and 11. I gave you 8. How many do you wanted? 8. Okay. Did you get them all?
Yep, and I got as winners are well-designed, well-maintained parks and amenities. 2 is first-class indoor facility. 3 is recreation, activities and programs for all generations. 5, family-friendly community events. 7 is youth sports, both recreation and travel. Number 15 is STEM and educational recreation programs. And 16 is strong partnerships with the schools for recreation and education. Okay? We will get this, you'll see this another one more time to do final edits, but today was aimed at giving that initial focus. That makes sense what we did? Very good. Frank, you want to come back section 8, and we'll start on page 4. So we'll take, what, a 5-minute break, okay?
Go through this whole book today?
No. We get I understand. That's why it was going to give us a 5-minute
I mean, if I'm gonna be longer, I just gotta make some changes, that's all.
No, Marco, we've got to be late. So this is your mission, the purpose and responsibilities.
Thank you, Rob.
There you go. And there's 5 principles, same concept. Let me go through them. The first thing, I asked you all what level of service you want. The thing is excellent. That was the one that common theme. What does excellent municipal services mean? Provide fair, equitable, and consistent services. Know best practices and apply them to city government. Know and use ongoing process improvement in every department. Have accredited departments meeting and exceeding national standards. A model for other city governments. Develop, use, and update an ongoing strategic planning process. Being prepared for, respond to, and recover from a disaster. Have a city workforce dedicated to public service and a commitment to serving your community. Developing and upgrade performance metrics to reduce cost of service as well as enhance service. Develop a reputation and receive awards for organization and service excellence. Going to the next page is evaluate performance outcomes and use data to enhance services. Act in a professional manner. Provide services responsive to the community. Use state-of-the-art information technology. Take responsibility and be accountable for decisions, actions, and behavior. Have data-driven decisions. Work together as a city team. That's from mayor and commission through our departments without department silos. Provide proactive communications. Provide services that add value to the community and our residents. And be agile, nimble, and adjusting to the dynamic world and local environment. Any questions, comments, or additions here? Give me the nine here that are most important for you as it relates to excellent municipal services. Tamara?
I want to add something.
Okay.
I don't know if you said it. I don't know if you said it or not, but ensuring that we are, how do I say this? Engaging more with the community. We have to
That
find
is
a
an actual principle coming up. Partnership with the community is number 5.
But when you say municipal services, being able to engage more with the community for the education and understanding how municipal government.
Actually in principle 5.
This is principle 1.
This is principle 1.
So you
If you flip over to print on page 12, it's saying that service needs to be done in partnership with the community. And there's a number of things of ways of involving and engaging our community. Because I heard that was one, if you're gonna do municipal services, we need to partner and engage our community.
Okay.
It's one of the 5, it ought to be there. So give me the 9 here, just as it relates to excellent municipal services. And again, there are other principles: financially responsible, environmentally sustainable, outstanding, customer service, and partnering with the community are the 5 that are there.
You ready?
Yep, fire away.
1,
1,
6, 7, 8,
6, 7, 8,
13, 14,
13, 14,
17, 18, 19.
17, 18, 19. Thank you. Have we lost her?
No. Have we lost who?
Because Mine, oh, there she is.
No.
I have mine.
Wait, Lauren.
1, 2,
2,
5,
5,
12 through 17.
12, what?
12 through 17.
So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Yes.
Okay.
You said 9, right?
Yes.
I'm ready.
Fire away.
1, 2,
1, 2,
5, 6,
5, 6,
12,
12,
15,
15,
17, 18, 19.
17, 18, 19.
Okay.
Fire away, Joyce.
1,
1,
5,
5,
7,
7,
13,
13,
14,
14,
15,
15,
16,
16,
17,
17,
18,
18.
19. Is that more?
You said 19 as well?
Yeah, 19.
19.
Here, that's 10.
No shit.
You tried.
I tried. All right, let's take off.
The last one.
Yeah.
Laura, you got yours?
Lauren.
Marco, you mean? I don't know.
Marco's the one I missed.
I'm the only guy in here, okay?
Yep.
I'm looking at Lauren or Lori. All right, I got all but one. What? Easy on me though.
What do you got?
I don't know yet. I got one more to pick.
Take yours.
I said take one of hers.
Yeah. Take one.
Take one of mine.
I'll go ahead and pick that one. Oh, I'm always the last one, aren't I? All right, I'm ready.
Fire away.
1, 2,
1, 2,
3. I mean, oh, sorry. 1, 2, 5, 6.
5, 6, 9,
11, 12, 14,
11, 12, 14,
17, 18, and 19.
17, 18, and 19. The big winners here are 1, provide fair, equitable, and consistent service. 2 is know best practices and apply to your city government. 5, serve as a model for other city governments. 6, develop, use, and update ongoing strategic planning. Number 12, act in a professional manner. 13 is provide services responsive to the community. State-of-the-art information technology. 15, taking responsibility and being accountable for decisions, actions, and behaviors. Number 17, working together as a city team. 18 is provide proactive communications with a variety of methods. And 19 is provide services that add value to the community and our residents. Comments there? Financially responsible on page 7 and 8. The responsibilities of city government are to provide adequate resources to support defined city services and service levels. Deliver city services in the most cost-effective, efficient manner. 3, look for ways to reduce taxes and fees. 4, leverage city resources through grants, outside funding, and what we talked about earlier, and partnerships there, because we've talked about that numerous times today, partnering with others, whether it be the schools or chamber or whatever. Does that make sense adding that? Providing competitive market-based city employee compensation that is affordable for residents. Invest in the maintenance of city infrastructure. Develop and use infrastructure and facility master plans. 8 is develop and enhance financial planning and forecasting. Use debt to fund future capital projects. Maintain a high bond rating, A+ or better. Going to the next page is develop and update a capital and planning process or community investment program. A lot of the cities I work with, instead of calling a CIP a capital planning, it's community investment. It's easier to explain that to your residents, because these are in projects that invest in your future. Just something for future consideration. 12 is reduce the cost of city government. 13 is develop positive working relationship with the Broward County schools. Funding for school facilities and programs. That would be where the city actually puts money into the schools here in your city. Evaluate, adjust, and eliminate city services to meet community and residents' needs. Develop partnerships to expand resources, scratch that, since we've incorporated that earlier. Have sufficient resources to respond to and recover from a disaster, like a hurricane. Identify cost-saving measures, and have effective project management. Any additions, comments, Tamara?
I have 2 comments. Can we not put 6 and 5, 6 into 5? Wait, I'm sorry, 6 into 7. Because if we're going to invest in infrastructure, we would need a master plan kind of to do it. That's kind of.
6 and 7 together.
Yeah,
which
6
one are
and
we
7
scratching?
together.
Or develop and fund city infrastructure.
That's
Develop and invest in whatever.
Develop and invest in,
Add
yeah.
investment.
So scratch 6 and number 7.
Because if you go to the example that you alluded to, when Paul Berg came as Public Works Director in Fort Lauderdale about 5 years ago, they have 0 master plans.
I also want to.
0. And that was one of his goals.
I also want to see if we can add something that says along the lines to evaluate our outsourcing.
Sure. Number 20?
Sure, yeah, because I know that we have outsourcing for a reason, but as we grow back to be a stronger Dayton Beach, we can eliminate some of that.
How about we say evaluate and reduce?
That's fine.
And what, Lauren?
And
Evaluate and reduce
outsourcing.
outsourcing.
So what I've got is evaluate and reduce outsourcing of city services. Is that right?
Yes.
Good. Tamara, do you have another one yet? You said you had
No, the other one was to put 6 and 7 into.
Okay, we got that by scratching 6 and incorporating that with invest. Any other changes here or additions? Any others? Give me the 9 here that are most important for you. Ready? You must have checked them off as we went along.
Getting better.
All right, what are they, Joyce?
4,
4,
5,
5,
7,
7,
10,
10,
13,
13,
14,
14,
17,
17,
20.
and 20. That's only 8 I've got.
Oh, God.
I got 4, 5, 7, 10,
That's it.
13,
Because I put them
14.
together, so.
What?
I put it, because 6 and 7 are together. That's what I did.
Okay, then
18,
you got
so
one
you can
more.
add 18, I guess.
What'd you say, add 18?
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you say evaluate, adjust, and eliminate city services to community and residents' need, why would we eliminate city services to community and residents' need?
Meet? Yeah, to meet community and residents' needs.
Oh, well, that changes.
Yeah. Because I wrote it in when he said it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Fire away.
3,
3,
4, 5. 3, 4, 5.
5,
7,
7,
10,
10,
13,
13,
15,
15,
17,
17,
and 20.
20. Thank you.
13 what? 20?
17.
Thank you.
And 20.
13, 17, and 20?
Yep.
Wait, I have 15 on here.
15?
You had 15 too.
13, 15, 17, 20.
Okay,
That's what I've got.
all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You said 9, right?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I can do mine.
You got yours, Lauren?
Yes.
Fire away.
3,
3,
4,
4,
6.
6, 6 and 7 are combined.
Yeah. 10,
10,
16,
16,
That one was taken.
16 through 20.
4.
16 through 20.
There is no 16.
16 was combined with 4.
Okay. So 17?
19 and 20.
Right.
Do you need one more?
And you have one more choice.
Wait, let me read back. I have 3, 4, 6, 10, and then 16 through 20. And you said one of them was combined, so I have one more?
Yes.
5.
Thank you. 5.
George, mine, what?
I
saw that.
Can't stand to be called a layer, layer on layer on layer. Can I change one?
Sure.
I want to take off 18, add 3.
So add 3 and take off 18, right?
Yes, sir.
Done.
Thank you.
All right, I have 9.
Fire away, Lori.
2, 3,
2, 3,
4,
4,
10,
10,
11,
11,
17,
17,
18,
18,
19, and 20.
19, and 20. Okay. Marco, you got yours?
I got one or two. I'm close. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm supposed to have 9.
Yes.
I need one more. Just give me 1 second. I'll get a picture. Okay. Okay. That's right. I already had that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I got 9. 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10,
10,
and 15.
All right, I need a tiebreaker between 13, 15, 18, 19. 13, 15, 18, 19.
What we choose?
2. 13, 15, 18, 19.
13 and 15 for me.
What is it?
13 and 15.
13, 15, thank you.
18, 19 for me.
18, 19, thank you.
Thirteen, 17.
13 and what?
Was that one of them, 7?
No.
that was
13, 15, 18, 19.
Oh, 18.
I'll do 15 and 18.
15 and 18. You have one more, Joyce, right?
Yes, sir. 13 and 15.
What is it?
13, 15.
13, 15.
Okay. Lauren,
18 and 19.
what is it?
18 and 19.
18 and 19.
Yeah.
The big winners are 3, 4. So it's looking for ways to reduce taxes and fees. 4 is leveraging resources. 5 is competitive market-based compensation that is affordable. 7 is develop and invest in the city infrastructure. 10 is maintain a high bond rating. Number 15 is evaluate, adjusting, eliminating services. Number 17 is have sufficient resources to respond to and recover from a disaster. 18 is to identify cost-saving measures. And number 20, evaluate and reduce outsourcing of city services. Environmentally responsible. That was brought up this morning. And what does this mean? Effective stormwater management and flood control. Protect our beach and dunes. Protect the quality of our waterways. Plan and respond to climate change, changes in climate and king tides. Provide neighborhoods, protect neighborhoods from flooding. Conserve the use of water. Have a safe and secure water supply for the future. Design future developments to incorporate environmental sustainable concepts. Expand the city's use of renewable energy resources. Support the use of electric vehicles, personal, business, and public transit. Number 11 is design and maintain sustainable city buildings and facilities. Have an office in the city for sustainability and resiliency, and have flex work hours and teleworking for city employees.
I would like to add something. Creation of a climate master plan or action plan, whichever you want to call it. Most of the coastal cities have this, and really everything else, the working one, And all these other things would fall under that, and it would be piecemealing these things until you have your master plan in place as to how you are going to do things and how you are going to measure the success. So I find it to be necessary.
And as number 14, develop a workable climate change action plan. Does that capture it, Lauren?
Master plan.
A master plan.
Let's just be consistent with all of our other plans and make it a master plan.
But I also heard action plan too.
Yeah.
Is that right? Master and action plan?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is 14.
Develop
A workable climate change master/action plan. Any others?
Yeah.
Lori?
Can we do something about educating the community on reducing the use of single-use plastics?
So
And
educate
environmentally
the
friendly.
community.
Do we want to umbrella that under environmental education for residents? Because I think there's a couple of different educational programs that we could do that would do that. I think that's a great one though. But or do you want to keep it specifically that, Lori?
I was just gonna say, and other environmentally friendly,
But that's 15,
Yeah.
that educational program.
right.
Okay.
But community engagement, 'cause I don't think it's,
So educate and engage the community on environmental sustainability.
What number is that?
We're adding
Number
that.
15.
I'm sorry, I missed 14.
14 is a workable climate change master and action plan.
The climate change
I thought
master
I saw
plan,
that somewhere.
would that include things with regard to sea level rise?
Yes, absolutely.
That doesn't have something to do with number 4 though, right?
Sort of.
No, because that's just talking about climate and king tides. A comprehensive master plan, as you'll find in Dade and Broward, encompasses all the things that you're seeing here for 1 through 13 and beyond that.
So then can we call it, like, I know you're saying like a climate master plan and action plan, but how about, climate and sea level rise, or including sea level rise issues?
They usually call it a climate resilience plan because that's the latest buzzword. Whatever buzzwords you want to use is fine, but climate change, climate resiliency, it's anything that's going to encompass everything. We're referring to the environment, the beach, sea level rise, king tides, etc.
Any others you would add? Joyce, you had your hand up a minute ago.
It went along with Lori's, because I was just gonna say, community engagement.
Which we've got right now.
Yep.
It's 15.
Yep.
Any others?
I'm sorry, I'm still confused. Did we do anything with 14? Is it separate than it is with 4? Or are we combining those?
No, it's a separate.
Separate?
It's separate.
This 14 is develop a workable climate change resiliency, because that's sort of the term these days. A master and action plan, including sea level rise. That's more comprehensive than the earlier one. Number 15 is educate and engage the community on issues of environmental sustainability and resilience. Does that capture it?
Yeah, that works.
Any others? Give me the 8 here that are most important for you. And this is looking at the purpose and mission of city government, the 8. My neck needed a break.
I have 1,
1,
2,
2,
4 and 5,
4, 5,
7 and 8,
7 and 8,
and 14, 15.
14, 15. Got it.
I have mine as well.
Fire away.
1,
1,
2,
2,
5,
5,
7 and 8,
7, 8,
11 and 12,
11, 12,
and 14.
and 14.
Okay.
Fire away.
1,
1,
2,
2,
5,
5,
8,
8,
9,
9,
11,
11,
14, and 15.
14, and 15.
All right, I got mine.
Fire away, Lori.
1,
1,
2,
2,
4,
4,
5,
5,
8,
8,
9,
9,
14, and 15.
14, and 15. Got it.
Eight of them?
8, yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
7, 11, and 14.
7, 11, and 14. Big winners here are 1, effective stormwater and flood control. 2 is protecting your beach and dunes. So 1 and 2. 4 is respond to changes in climate and king tides. 5 is protect neighborhoods from flooding. 7 is have a safe, secure water supply for the future. 8 is design future developments to incorporate environmental sustainability concepts. Number 11 is design and maintain sustainable city buildings. 14 is develop a workable climate change resiliency master and action plan. And number 15 is educate and engage community on environmental sustainability and resilience.
That's 9 if you do that one.
What?
That was 9 if you did that one.
Yeah. Sometimes we've had less or more.
Oh, okay.
Like
I thought we voted 8 times. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Going to outstanding customer service. We've got 2 more to do. What does this mean to you? Demonstrate compassion for customers. Several of you brought that up to me and used that word, compassion. Listen to and strive to understand our customers' concerns, needs, and issues. Look for ways to say yes. What? There could be different ways of defining that, but I heard those as 2 separate things.
Okay.
If you must say no, take time to explain your decisions and actions to the customer. Be nice and attentive. Develop systems for measuring customer satisfaction level and feedback on customer service. Provide customer-friendly, ADA accessible buildings and workspaces. Present a professional image, and that would be personally as you are out in the field representing the city, but also in your workplace. Strive to exceed your customers' expectations. Take pride in serving the community. Going to the next page. Provide a 24-hour response to any inquiry. Act with a sense of urgency. Personalize the city services for your customer. Use technology to better serve our customers. Strive to, that's a repeat, 15 is a repeat, so scratch it.
9.
Scratch 15 and keep the other. Meet angry customers in person and their location. What?
That's a safety issue.
Scratch that.
No, that one
With a
actually
shank.
was added by your staff. And they gave me examples where when somebody was complaining, they went out and shocked the hell out of them.
Well, maybe not angry, maybe just unsatisfied.
Well, have to be a much broader category.
Yeah, I mean, if someone is
These are
angry,
ones
I'm not
that
going to
are
their house.
Really PO.
The ones that are really.
And so they could, and they gave me real life examples where they
Okay,
knocked
that
on-
happened already. Yeah, it makes a
Metamons,
difference.
what was that, Lori?
I could give you 3 right now.
Where they went and knocked on the door, went out the site, and they were,
Well, yeah, that happens, but again, I think we open ourselves up to some safety issues when you look at how people are conducting themselves
we
nowadays.
talked about the meanness earlier. today.
Yeah, you just have to protect your employees.
But I think we should probably take the word angry, maybe dissatisfied
We can
or
put that.
concerned residents.
The problem is though, if you do that, then you're really opening that up. That becomes a really broad category because you get people that are dissatisfied, but they're not really angry.
Yeah, but we're rewarding angry people by showing up in the.
It's true.
Like someone's not
Oh,
gonna
so
call me
that
and curse me
20%
out,
that's
and I'm gonna go to their house.
Satisfied, those people, you show up with, sometimes and that stops them in their tracks.
Yes.
And you have those 20% who complain no matter what you're gonna do. You show up to them, they're like, oh, you know what I mean?
That's
And
a
then-
reaction.
Yeah.
Joyce.
They
But my-
do.
So, well,
My concern with saying dissatisfied is then you're going to end up having people having to literally go
Maybe
out
concerned, maybe concerned.
you know.
Because you know what we've done? We've met somebody, they talked to us about a swale, and then we've actually got to see the swale in person, or the street in person. So I think maybe concerned.
I would rather
upset
concern.
Because it's not necessarily, the ones that, the examples they were up, the individual was upset. Maybe not angry.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not here for angry.
Angry's gone. I've already toasted that one.
Yeah.
That one is gone. We'll figure out a word on that.
Is 16 gone or is the word angry gone?
What was that?
Is 16 gone or is the word angry gone?
The word angry is gone out of 16.
What about disgruntled?
No. Those are the people that come and shoot up the workplace.
Hammer thing.
Want to have a standard of allowing people to come in and be disrespectful and curse out our staff and say, oh, okay, we're gonna meet you at your house after you cursed our staff out.
But
No.
Mayor, isn't there a line that can be discerned with common sense of the individual between what is an unhappy customer and a violent or, as you're describing, an abusive customer? Surely one of our public services people, if they were on the phone and felt uncomfortable with the customer, wouldn't go over there if they thought they were going to get, juked in the eye.
I think,
No.
let's put for a placeholder, put dissatisfied,
Yeah, dissatisfied or
Right
concerned,
now.
dissatisfied / concerned.
because I'm reminded of next week at this time, I'll be with Kissimmee, and they had a very upset individual. So, police officer, he was a field training officer, and the officer showed up at the house. This was 2 years ago. It made national news. It was set up for an assassination of 2 police officers. The guy was sitting up on the second floor with a high-powered rifle.
Wow.
And it was a diverse, there was, one officer was Hispanic, the other was African-American, and they both got, there was, the City Managers Association actually did something for those employees, but one unfortunately lived for 4 days and then passed away. So let's just leave dissatisfied as a placeholder there, but it's not just being mildly dissatisfied. Point is reaching out to that.
Correct.
customer.
I get that.
Anticipate the needs of our customer and put your name on the service. I am Lyle, and I put the name on my service where if you go to some cities, they will not have their name there.
We have the department.
And this
You mean
was-
like these type of shirts where they have their name badges on them?
Just that, no, you put your name on the service. Lyle is providing the service. I'm going out to deal with a problem. I am so-and-so from the city.
So personalizing that interaction.
That is,
Personalized.
putting your name,
Right.
this was a comment made by one of the 5 of you that whoever the city employee is, they ought to be able to put their name and be identified for providing that service.
I don't know.
Not all of these are gonna make it, folks, just like the others. Any additions here? Give me the 8 out of here that are most important. You have another one?
De-escalation training. We have public services, parks and recreation, our community development department that interfaces with our public daily.
Well, I think the key would be that what the mission is to de-escalate conflict with customers.
Sure.
Add that as number 18.
Well, can we put it in
Or 19? 19. Can we scratch 15?
I'm confused again.
All right, on 16, we scratched angry and put dissatisfied as a placeholder.
16?
16.
Oh, now I know I'm confused. I'm one step ahead of you.
All right, 15 we've scratched, 16 is dissatisfied, and we added 19. De-escalate conflicts with our customers.
Via training,
Well, that's how do you do it. This is the mission.
invest in training.
Any others? Give me the 8 here that are most important for you.
I'm ready.
Fire away.
1, 2,
1, 2,
5,
5,
7,
7,
10,
10,
11,
11,
14,
14,
and 18.
and 18.
I'm ready.
Fire away.
1 and 2,
1, 2,
7,
7,
10,
10,
12,
12,
14,
14,
17,
17,
and 19.
and 19. Lauren, you got yours?
Yes, 4,
4,
7,
7,
8,
what's
8,
after 7?
8,
8,
11,
11,
12,
12,
14,
14,
16,
What team?
16, 1, 6, and 18.
and 18.
Can I change one of mine?
Sure.
I want to take 17
Yep.
and put it on 18 because now that I'm thinking about it, we have a senior community that if you get an email or notice that someone's coming out to your house with all of the fraudulent things that happen now, it would be nice to know Jake is coming here. And if Paul shows up, they'll know, no, you're not Jake.
An example, a number of cities I work with not only will say, but show a picture of the individual.
Yeah, I think
So
I
that they
take,
would know- So that they would know who is actually not just the name,
correct.
but here's my mug.
Yes, I just thought about it differently.
No, but those are the same purpose of making it, again, easy and convenient for that customer and safe.
Correct.
I got mine.
Fire away.
Okay, 2,
2,
7,
7,
8,
8,
10,
10,
11,
11,
12,
12,
14,
14,
17.
17.
All right.
All right.
1,
1,
2,
2,
7,
7,
8,
8,
9,
9,
12,
12,
14,
14,
17.
17. Big winners are 1, demonstrate compassion. 2 is listen and strive to understand. 7 is customer friendly, ADA accessible. 8, a professional image, both in terms of person and workplace. 10, taking pride in serving your Dana Beach community. 11 is 24, response to an inquiry. 12, act with a sense of urgency. 14 is use technology to better serve. And number 18 is putting your name on the service. The last one is partnership with the community, is have residents trusting city government, govern in a civil and respectful manner, work as a city team, provide a variety of methods for gathering information and input from residents, communicate in an open, transparent, and timely manner, involve residents in the governance process, boards, commissions, task force committees, conduct regular town hall meetings, have proactive communication mechanism using a variety of platforms and processes, recognize volunteers for their time and contribution, strong partnerships with service clubs, community organizations, and other institutions, develop and regularly update the city's website and app, develop an effective emergency communication system, listen to the input and feedback from the community, pursue mutual benefits with partners, develop work relations with partners based upon mutual trust and respect. You might want to combine 14 and 15, does that make sense?
Yeah.
And 16 as well. And the last one is work with HOAs and neighborhood associations. What other things would you add here, Tamara?
Listen to the input and feedback from the community. Can we add an action other than that? Because a lot of times our community comes in droves and they tell us how they feel and you know, I'm speaking years ago, nothing current. And, we hear them, but that's about it.
So we need to say and take follow-up actions.
I don't know, but if you're gonna ask the community to be engaged in telling you what they want and how they feel, and then you just do what, no, I'm talking about decision making.
Implemented, yeah, and act upon it.
And act, listen and act.
'Cause you can
I mean,
say
it's
you're
not good
listening
enough to
and
just
not
listen if you're not gonna really,
Okay, take action. Does that get it?
I guess. I don't know the word.
Any other changes you would have? Anyone? Rads?
So now 14, 15, and 16 is one?
Yeah.
Because they're all working with partners and it's saying mutual trust, mutual benefit, and achieve those common goals. Any others? Is your hand up, Joyce? Are you okay?
I think I'm done. If we have 8, no, I'm done.
We got 8.
Yay.
8.
All right, 1, 5,
1, 5,
6,
6,
7,
7,
10,
10,
11,
11,
13,
13.
14.
Yep. Thank you.
I have mine.
Fire.
1 through 3,
1, 2, 3,
5 through 8, no, that's a lie. 5 and 6,
5, 6,
8,
8,
13,
13.
and 14, 15, 16.
Got it.
Lauren, you ready?
Yes, ma'am. 1 and 2.
1, what?
1, 2,
2,
4,
4,
5,
5,
7,
7,
11,
11,
13, and 14.
13, and 14. Thank you.
I'm ready.
Fire away, Marco.
1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
5,
5,
6,
6,
9,
9,
10,
10,
and 16, 15, 14, whatever it is.
yep, 14, 15, 16, working with partners. Lauren?
Lori, 1,
1,
2,
2,
3,
3,
5,
5,
8,
8,
11,
11,
13,
13.
14.
Big winners are 1, having residents trust city government. 2 is govern in a civil and respectful manner. 3 is work as a city team. 5 is communicate in an open, transparent, and timely manner. 6 is involve residents. 11 is develop and regularly update the city website and app. 13 is listen to input and feedback from the community and take appropriate action. And work with partners, develop working relationship with partners based upon mutual trust, mutual benefit to achieve common goals. Okay? It is round 4, is that right? My time?
Outstanding. Great.
You guys, this week I'll get back to you a summary of what we've done here today, a draft. And you can fire back to me any edits that you want to see on that. It'll be the vision and mission. So this is hard work today. The next time we get together, it will be taking the plan. So I'm going to do a revised section 10, which is the plan to incorporate what we just talked about and add some additional things. I'll get a draft to you as well, and you can send back any additions to expedite our time. And with that, we're supposed to quit right at 4.
Great job. Yep.
Anyway. Good input, and I think we made some good headway. So it was nice seeing you in person. You guys worked hard. My funds are not used to sitting in these chairs. I'm used to my office chair. So any other final comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you all. You have a nice rest of the weekend.